Well, hello, Final Fantasy Randomizer community, and welcome to a Link's Awakening class, because that is definitely a Final Fantasy game. You can't prove otherwise. I've also heard that apparently we're a, time spinner community, secretly. It's all the deep lore. You gotta understand the deep lore. Yeah. But yes, this is in preparation for a tournament that we have planned of FFR crossing with Link's Awakening DX in Archipelago. And many people have asked for a tutorial for LADX on Archipelago because it is a hot mess on a good day. With me, though, I do have Odron to ask questions, consult chat for things, because I am, clearly prepared and don't have it open. But I will fix that in a second. But yes, this is going to be going through a lot of stuff. I will be discussing a lot about the No Woob rule set, because that is the one we typically use for races. As well, I will be using save states to demonstrate different dungeon routing, where applicable. There might be some that I can't do because this is a raw seed trying to get routing stuff in. But for the most part, I am going to try to be showing as many routes through stuff as possible, and how to solve different problems, generally without Feather, because that is going to be one of the major rules for the upcoming tournament, is AP has a hint system, and you are not allowed to use it for Feather, because Feather is broken. And we accept this. So first things first, I'm going to take the loading screen down, and we're going to be here on the Link's Awakening settings page, which is fairly simple on AP compared to the normal, if you've ever seen it. In terms of it, these are going to be roughly the settings that we're using for most of these races coming up, when we get signups and everything like that. So accessibility is always going to be locations. Everywhere will always be accessible by the logic. There are other options like just that all items are accessible, or that the bare minimum you need to complete the seed is accessible. We don't tend to use those just because it's a nice invitation to try new things. Logic has 4 options, going from normal to hard to glitched to hell. We will never be using hell, and I don't think we would set it to glitched innately. We might have some races on hard, and I will try to discuss where hard tricks happen, because hard is deceptive. It's not necessarily like, oh, the hardest things in the world. It's more weird long jumps. Is what it tends to be. Trade quest will be on, which means that each of the individual trade quest items will be available to find. You will notice them on the tracker I have going, which is Magpie, and will be allowed for everything. Auto tracking will also be allowed. But it basically adds essentially a dozen extra checks that are fairly fun and just encourage different routing and such. Dungeon Shuffle, it will be off for this tutorial, mainly so that each dungeon is in its appropriate place for me showing them off. But Dungeon Shuffle is likely to show up. It will just shuffle the dungeon entrances between each of their available locations. So D1 could be D7, for example. It makes different keys required for different routing, but like I said, for this one, we're just going to focus on having them in their normal locations so I can demonstrate different routes. The experimental entrance shuffle will not be used for this. I'm not sure what makes it experimental specifically. It's not something I've experimented a lot with for the AP versus its differences in LADXR, where you can choose specifically to have a different start location, or specifically that it's only entrances that have checks and caves being separate. I don't know what he's done or what Zig has done for experimental entrance shuffle, and because it's still experimental, I don't want to force it. Essentially, what I've heard of it is that it will, if it generates the seed, it probably worked. If it doesn't generate the seed, it didn't, which is always loads of fun. The next major setting is instrument goal. Now, I'm going to set this seed to 8 just to force a staff to go everywhere, and like I said, to demonstrate everything. The actual goals for the race are likely to be around 6 in order to match about what an FFR seed, but we have discussed as low as 4, as well as using the seashells goal, which is collecting 20 seashells in order to, I believe, get into the egg or jump right to the credits. I haven't tried it specifically on AP to see about differences. Your differences there is going to be knowing which dungeons you do well versus which ones you have the stuff to do immediately. Because one of the major things that you're going to run into with Archipelago in general is just a lot of BK mode. It is unavoidable, especially with LADX being a very dependent game on its checks. A lot of things are very important to find to make sure you can get stuff. Palette is entirely a cosmetic thing, feel free. We're going to leave Trendy Game on normal for the majority of this. It does have options, and this is an AP exclusive option, as BizHawk dies on me. But the Trendy Game differences, the only thing that those are going to affect are going to be the speed and difficulty of the Trendy Game. This just kind of puts Powder as an awkward place. There is a very easy setup for it on normal to get Powder from the Trendy Game, and that is going to be a very pivotal thing to do if you do not find it immediately or have rupees, because it is the only item that is not locked to actually finding a check of it. And it's very useful. You need it for Mad Batter, if nothing else, as well as the Deathful Fight if you fail to get a certain skip I will discuss when we get there. Palette is, again, another thing that is cosmetic, so perfectly go ham with it. In terms of the various shuffles, you will see Any World and Own World on here. That is going to be the majority of settings that we're generally going to run with. Nightmare Keys will be generally Any World, which means that they can show up in your FFR partners or any of the other worlds. Own World generally will still randomize it, but to be anywhere. So I've done that with Maps, Compasses, and Beaks because FFR have not a lot of checks to go with, and if they are finding mostly your junk, you don't want that. You want to encourage both people to go well. So the junk items, because they have no function other than to a little bit of help, will be just in our own worlds. And Key Sanity will generally be on because key routing is a fun time, and there are many dungeons that, because of their key routing, can be very empty and very boring. We can discuss that later for easier settings, but for most of them we will be doing full shuffle on those. Or full randomization. Music change condition is purely cosmetic. I recommend always, otherwise until you find the sword, you're going to be dealing with the sword start music. And nag messages. Now, most would see that as a cosmetic option, but it is actually used for a number of glitches. So I would always recommend have nag messages on. Because. Also, AP title screen, we're going to go with on. It's a weird preference thing right now, but it does cut out a cutscene whenever you reset the game. And to be fair, we're going to leave that on just to give everyone the short term and not have to deal with the problems of that. I can discuss a little bit more on the other settings at later dates and later times, but for now, it seems that I should probably get underway with actually talking about seed stuff. So let's talk about seed stuff. So, I'm going to get what I need necessarily open, and let's get into it as soon as my controller reconnects. Lovely. You will notice I have put an input display on. That is going to be important for a number of tricks that we do. So if you're ever curious on how a trick is performed, feel free to rewind the video, just watch the input display, and you will see exactly what I'm doing to make certain things happen. Because it's going to be a hot mess for some of these things. But yes. I love BizHawk. It's my favorite. In terms of it, hold on. Brain is melting. Yes, the downside with that requires you to do the local AP loading on it, which is fine. I do it myself whenever I run AP settings on my own. I'm not sure how that works with races. I do need to discuss more with the AP community on how you set up set seeds. If we can get the set seeds to work and it's easy to do, then yes, go with whatever palette you want. I'm all for it. I would be using my palette today if it weren't for the fact that I needed to demonstrate some tricks that you'll want to see which pixel on the regular Link sprite it is, not my special one. But yes, it's all going to depend on how we have to generate seeds, whether it'll be available or not. If it's available, I'm all for it. Go for it. Have fun. If it's not, then we're going to have to sadly deal with Link, because the built-in ones have a lot of copyright restrictions. Yes. So yes, I don't have an issue with it. But I'm going to load up our seed here. And just going to and get the timer running, because why not? We have the power. So, I think this is okay, so we have a bomb start. That's actually good, because it means I can demonstrate something immediately. You'll notice this fun ghost. This fun ghost will refill any of your consumables to 10. So if I use a bomb and talk to him, because I have bombs unlocked, he will reload my bombs to 10. Same with powder and arrows. So if you're ever stuck in a consumable situation, you're never hard locked. That said, bomb start leads to a few things. Number one, we have a bush breaker, which means we can get into this check here, which is always a good time. Generally try to get your Mabe checks done. So Turtle Rock key, that's okay. And my auto-tracking doesn't appear to be working, so give me a hot moment. Oh, yay. I love Archipelago crashing. It's my favorite. Yep. Alright, so let's reload Archipelago. This is what happens when you wait 15 minutes before actually starting your tutorial. Is this still set to the appropriate value? Yes. Haha. Oh, I didn't open the Lua. That is the problem. Oh, you can tell it's been a hot minute. I've been doing other things. Why is this not working? Yep. Yep. Yes, it's fine. There is a Lua you require to use BizHawk. If you're using RetroArch, you do not need to worry about it. I generally recommend BizHawk, but that's because I also need it to play FFR, so it's one of those things. Lua. There we go. Alright, there we go. They're squared up on bombs, and yay, Magpie crashed. Everything just crashing. It's great. Hot messes. Welcome to LADX. Yep. Great start. Everything's crashed. Alright. This should load appropriately. And make sure the auto tracking's on. Okay. It says connected. There we go. I just gotta get the instruments to work again, which is my favorite. Dude. You're gonna see my folder for a really quick second. There we go. Alright, everything's fixed. It works again. Alright. Curses are over. We can continue. So we don't have rupees. So 2 checks in Mabe. These will always have hearts, so if you ever need to refill, go grab them. And we got more keys. So Catfish Maw, that is the only Catfish Maw key we will need, and I will talk about that as we go. I should also mention there are hints available in LADXR. All of the books in here will have hints, so eggs at Tamaranch. That said, in Archipelago, they're a little borked, so we know that Pegasus boots are in Martha's Bay, so we do want to get out of village as fast as possible. If you're ever in BK mode, I recommend reading them. Hookshot in Yarno Desert is good. Ocarina and Tal Tal is tolerable. But yeah, these first 6 all have hints. Some hints are not great. Shovel in Mysterious Woods, it's okay. The owl statues will also give you hints. So, early on bomb start. Few bombs in the point. I tend to refill anytime I know I'm going to be going home. So I normally wouldn't go this way, but there's this option to go. We also do technically have a rupee getting item, which is not good with current logic. Current logic insists that I have a rupee getting item. I can afford anything that are in the shops. Grinding with bombs is not fun, but hey, there's our bracelet. Bracelet is always going to be very front-loaded in a Mabe start. In full entrance randomizer, it can be a little more rough, but bracelet is perfect for this. We want to grab. This is our only bomb check, so this would be the 3rd major check you're doing. I tend to go beach first. Some people prefer, flippers, too. Cool, the whole world is unlocked. So, my life is easier. So, a lot of people will like forest start. I tend to prefer beach start, especially if you can get bracelet, just because it's a free check. Ballad is okay. I will explain its uses, but we will also be skipping it largely. And rupees. So now I'm going to return home. Returning home does not stop the rupee counter, but if you save and quit, it does. So keep that in mind. I will talk about text skips very briefly. I don't tend to do them in Archipelago. But yeah, anytime I need to use the return home, I will always refill my stuff. Because this is the best time. We know Shovel is in the woods, if I recall correctly. Might have been something else. I don't use hints very often, you can tell. I just do my routing. But we can head on into the woods. You can lift bushes with a couple of exceptions. And I will go over those exceptions when we get to them. So there we go, we got 100 rupees. That's most of the rupee logic we should need. Alright, I'm going to perform our first bomb trigger, because I want to show off this trick. So most people would know that Terran requires the powder to get him out of this fun raccoon state. And I started with bombs, which means I get to demonstrate bomb triggers so long as these moblins don't shoot an arrow. It's very complicated, but I'm going to line up with the line of the screen, if I can get it. Press a bomb, and we can pause buffer it, and I can fail. Come on. Come on, I'm not... Alright, I don't have enough bombs to try it now. There we go. So that is a bomb trigger using a screen transition. Normally you want more than just bombs, but learning to do it with just bombs is generally useful. Because like I said, we just got past Terran with bombs and a bracelet. Which means this is out of logic, bracelet level 2, which has one function. And glad we found it now, because it means that I can demonstrate routes when we do find that function. But yes, bomb triggers are an interesting thing. I'm going to return us home real quick to grab more bombs so I can demonstrate more nonsense. But bomb triggers are proof that this game is held together with duct tape and wishes. So bomb triggers are... how do I best describe them? Bomb arrows exist in this game. And the logic behind them is if bomb or arrows happen within 3 frames of each other, do a bomb arrow. But the game does not know what to do if there is not a bomb and an arrow in those 3 frames. So if you can get 2 arrows or 2 bombs to happen in those frames, the game cries on the inside and just does whatever's in slot 1, which in most areas is cutscenes. I'm going to grab this compass to talk about it later. It's in Bottle Grotto, which is extra useful. And there's our shovel, which means this is probably the actual logical progression that we wanted. If I had shield, I could demonstrate another way to get past Terran, which is up here. But you can get them to damage boost. You can get this bottom guy to damage boost you. It's very RNG dependent. So he's got to, he's got to go down. Yeah, he didn't go down. He needs to go up and then shoot you over the pit. I hate the trick. I'm not going to demonstrate it. It's hell logic, so just don't. Just don't, TM. Alright. But that said, These are one of the only sword-locked things in the game, these crystals. They can only be broken with sword. So we are going to have to remember that we didn't have sword when we last came here for getting it later. Also, there is a fairy here if you need healing. You probably shouldn't too often, but I tend to, especially if I don't want to die. And we are kind of at the point I've done about everything I can do in Forest. The logic is currently pushing me towards doing those shovel checks and getting out the other side of Village, which once you have Bracelet, go for it. But I do want to go over every sort of non-Bracelet check that is available for you to do, because Bracelet is often a hot mess item. It's necessary to get out of Mabe, but you in Archipelago will not always get it immediately, and because you don't always get it immediately, knowing what checks you can do without it is super important. I was going to say, I'm going to not do it here. No, I'm not going to do anything here. So I'm going to go around. So because we bomb triggered out of logic, we can go past Terran, and I can show off a little bit of the logic in, or the ways to break logic in this swamp. So, if we slide on around, and dodge, because we don't have any like reasonable way to deal with stuff, we can go into the swamp. Now, normally these flowers require either Bow Wow or Hookshot will deal with them, Magic Rod. There's a couple of options. Boomerang. They are immune to arrows. They are immune to bombs. Basically, anything you can get before D2 in normal, like, vanilla gameplay, they've made them immune to, but everything else is generally fine. You can just walk by them. And this is going to be the first demonstration of wall clipping. So you can clip up to 3 pixels into the wall. You can sort of see it on Link's sprite, where I'm a couple of sprites into this flower. So where the red is versus, like, the corner of my hat. So you can do up to 3 pixels into any wall, and this is going to be used for a couple of tricks, but this is the easiest place to show it. So you just... flowers don't exist. Their hitboxes are fake. So we got a bottled grotto key, that's going to be important. We just slip on by, and we just slide in anywhere, and that includes, you can even get into D2. Now, I don't have enough stuff to do D2, so I'm just going to show how to do it, and then leave. If you do not have Bracelet, but do have Feather, there is a trick you can do here, and this is why we want nag messages on. Now, because I don't have Feather, I can't really demonstrate it, because you need to clip it... Actually, I might be able to clip into the wall this way. Yeah, so I need to take my Bracelet off. But the nag message will always kind of push you. So you'll notice I'm a little more clipped into the wall this time, and this time I'm a little more clipped. And a little more clipped. So it always tries to push you in a direction when you get nag messages, which is why, again, we want them on for glitches, because if you clip enough, congratulations, you've walked right through and get into Swamp with just Feather. Granted, you could go the other way with just Feather, but it's available. We're also going to discuss another glitch, and these are all glitched logic stuff, not necessarily. These can help you. Generally in BK mode, which is why I really want to show a lot of the early ones off. So the next one I'm going to go is pip buffering. So what you can do is, if you're going to fall into a hole, you can pause, and this is only good for going down, and this is going to be annoying and take a decent amount of time. So you may have heard the falling sound. That is what we want to hear. And now I'm in the grass, you can see the visual bit, and I just walked over that hole. So every time you fall into a hole, there is basically a 1-frame window where the game hasn't actually put you into the hole yet. So you can see it trying to adjust me here. Yep, and then you hear the sound. But then every time that sound plays, I am moved a couple more pixels down, and then eventually I can get through. That will be part of dungeon routing for a couple of different things. Alright, time to sneak back into Mabe because we do have Bracelet, though. So again, bushes you can lift. And shovel routing is always a weird thing. This one's the one that's kind of out of the way, so we're going to grab it now. But normally my shovel routing starts with a good old Bow Wow. Right up in here. Alright. So, a little bit of garbage, but shovel is kind of the way it's going. I'm going to show the fishing route real quick, because we do have the rupees for fishing, and we have the rupees for at least grabbing powder on Trendy Game if we don't need to grab the other item as well. Because bush breakers are huge. You can mash A and B, but just be careful, because you do want to do both. So if you catch that fish, and then that opens up the way for the actual fish that has the item here. And just mash away. There is an entire speedrun category of just fishing the whole pond. I recommend it, it's kind of fun, and takes like 3 minutes. Yes. There is no way to randomize which fish has it as of yet. If they do add it, I'm looking forward to it. Alright, so we don't need the beak, but this gives me an opportunity to show there is a pixel lineup you can do to get the powder first try. So what we're going to do, use the B button to line this up with the left bit, and then the moment that the powder touches the top row with its top pixel, just lightly tap A, and bam, free powder. Which, as I mentioned, is in a couple of logical things. The game assumes the moment you can do trendy, you can get powder, so having it on higher difficulties just kind of takes away that trick and that consistency, so we probably won't be using it in tournament settings. Probably. Is Odrin talking? Would you like to talk a bit, Odrin?
I had to talk. I'm not very good.
There we go. I had it muted. That was my fault. Sorry. He was talking, and I'm just a dingus. Alright, I'll teach you everything, Batman, even though you should know it. You're my rival, after all. So we do have level 2 bracelet. Like I said, it's only used for a couple of things. One is pushing this. Now, I mentioned bomb triggers. And this is going to be... yes, ghost questions, yes. This is going to be a tricky thing. So remember how I said about cutscenes and activations? This one... Whoop. Come on. Is an item check, but doesn't work. So you saw the explosion there that meant the bomb trigger happened. That will happen if an arrow has been shot, or if there is something else in Sprite Slot 1. So the cutscene for the rooster is not in Sprite Slot 1. You cannot bomb trigger him. You have to have Ocarina and the frog song. Because I'm gonna avoid talking about a certain area right now. We're gonna peek the store. So, rupees are terrible. I don't need that, and I'm not going to bother getting it right now, but I'm going to show off some tech skip stuff. So, buy bombs. And congratulations, we have more bombs. So you can save and quit at any point during his dialogue, after you've hit the thing, to skip A, the rupee countdown, so you will not loot... Yes, the certain area is Dream Shrine. You can skip the text. You'll notice the bombs disappeared from my hand if you were paying close attention, which means that the bombs went into my inventory, and it was just trying to count down the rupees. You can do that for the 200 rupees. We will be doing it later because I don't need that item. And that is also how you do a variety of tech skips. Matter of fact, I will try to tech skip this next item in here, because we are starting to the out of Mabe routing. So we're going to grab... It was powder, and we got no dialogue for it. You can skip any dialogue. I don't tend to do it in races because it is important for me to know, say, which keys I got. Even though I have a tracker and it will keep track of that stuff, it is difficult. Also, we have moved on to this screen for this teleporter. I always recommend at least this teleporter if you're starting in Mabe. There is I've gotten the question a number of times of which teleporters you should actually activate. This one, the one in front of D4, and the one in Animal Village. The D8 one is questionable on if you have to visit D8 again. If you do not activate it because it will just waste time on your other teleports. We do not have the requisite items here. This is a big one. Everyone kind of thinks to go further here you need bombs. That is Boots and Bombs Cave. We'll talk about it when I have boots. But everyone assumes that this is the only way here you need bombs. Which, you do need bombs for this. It's lovely. But there is a second way you can get through here if you do not have a bomb start. And people just kind of forget that it exists. But if you go south past here, which we kind of want to. Oop. The scenic route, yep. It also goes through the grass, and you do move a little bit slower through the grass than you do otherwise. But you can go all the way around Richard's Villa to come up the other side. And we'll talk about Villa later as well. Actually, I'm going to use it as an opportunity. Odrin, you remember how I said that you can't lift some bushes?
Yeah.
So if there is a different tile entity under the bush, you cannot lift it. So Villa here is an example. These have holes underneath, so if I pull on it, it does nothing. That said, I can still bomb them as normal. So if there is a tile entity, like a hole or a staircase that is under a bush, you cannot lift the bush with a bracelet. You can only destroy it with a bush breaker of any variety, be that bombs, sword, what have you. That said, we do have flippers, so I'm going to grab this. I can't show Jesus jumps here because we got flippers early, but if we had feather, I could also get that. Roots are so deep that the soil goes with it. Exactly. So, dig spot number 3, key to color dungeon. So I'm going to demonstrate one of the baby's first skips. So the only way to get into Villa normally is golden leaves. So have all the golden leaves and go. There is another way. So you remember me discussing pip buffering earlier? I don't know why I grabbed the shovel. We still want these bombs. This is going to be rough, but we can do it. So we can go here, and I don't know if you've seen a Villa skip before, Odron.
Don't think I have.
Yep, so it's still moving me, so I don't think I'm quite at the bottom yet. Yep, I'm not. So, there we go. That should be good. And boop.
So why did it make you jump like you had the feather?
So, that's a mild bit of how screen transitions work. So basically, if you're going on a downward screen transition, the game will try to drop you into the first available space, because you know how there are ledges like down on the beach that jump you down a screen?
Yeah.
The game basically assumes if it is not a tile you can stand on, drop you to the first available tile. So it uses that same logic to, well, do Villa skip, because we did a downward transition through a screen. Now you'll notice in here I can lift a bunch of these bushes, but I can't the ones that have holes under them. We can use that to our advantage. Now normally you'd want to jump, but you can also corner walk. So there are a couple of corners in here that you can just walk over, and I can show you, because we have shovel, how to get shovel check number, what are we on, 4? 4. If you have shovel, I generally recommend a good Villa skip, because it just gets it out of the way. And hey, face key is at Tail Cave. So, it's a nice hint to grab. Generally not a useful one because of how out of the way it is, but if you're doing Villa skip anyway, you might as well. Right. It's this one. Ugh. Gonna do the damage boost. Oh, I can show you another way out of here, but I guess I am going to do the damage boost, because I am crazy today. So there is another check in here, and I mentioned the damage boosting earlier. So that is a vertical pit that goes up. We cannot pit buffer over it. However, there is a Zol right up there that we can activate who can damage boost us. It is a hell logic trick. I'm not going to bother with it. So we'll talk about that check later if it's important. But otherwise, it's just one you get on the way out. Instead, I'm going to show you the way out of Villa. If you just need to get the shovel check, like say it's your go mode check, and you just want to go, if you do another downward transition, whoop, doesn't need to be a full pit buffer, you can just clip a little bit in. Whoop, I've died. So we're going to save and quit so we don't die. Notice my death count is still 0. And it is faster to save and quit than to watch the death animation. So keep that in mind, everyone. But yes, if you clip a couple of pixels in, you don't want to fall into this hole, you just want to clip a couple of pixels in. It's the same sort of walking distance of clipping in. I say falling because I am bad at the game. Okay, you know what, I'm going to do this in the hole I know. Okay, so that we can walk there. So you see that the grass is a little bit over about 2 or 3 pixels. If we walk down, oh, not enough pixels. So 1 more pixel. Boop! Same deal. I'm not an illegal tile, so it just drops me down. Easy way out. And that is most of talking about Villa. We'll see where golden leaves are if we have to do that check, or going back for it. It's relatively easy. There's nothing we need at Canelet right now. We do not have the requisites to get in. But there is the seashell check right next to Seashell Mansion. You can get 2 free seashells from Seashell Mansion, but you have to do it exactly when you have 5 and 10. So I don't tend to go back for it, but in a seashell hunt, that could be the difference between... Oh, please no. Oh. Punished for my hubris. Alright, we'll just show you that you can walk out past Richards. But yes, if you leave through here, you can just leave past Richard. It does put you in a reasonable square. But yes, we did get a Zol attack. That would drop Zols on the screen if it wasn't mildly borked in Archipelago for single player. So I said, we do know our boots are at the bay, so let's go get them. Yes, the Zol attack did forget to attack with the Zols. So, slipping on around, this is generally the route I tend to go, which is grabbing this check. Good old compass. Trusty and handy. And normally I would go onto the bottom, but I'm going to demonstrate really quickly. So, this is another bush that we cannot lift because it has a staircase underneath. And this is the way to get across here with boots. This is the way with hookshot. Obvious ones. The way that people don't realize is down here. So there is these 2 staircases here. And we have flippers, so we can get to Animal Village with what we have, and we do know hookshots there. So we're going to want to go there fairly soon. But you can also do this section with Rooster. You can fly over the water from one to the other. We do not have Rooster right now for me to demonstrate that. Additionally, one of our shovel checks is through here. This is a bomb wall. However, it has a hole, so we cannot get across it without minimally our boots. If I can get our boots, I may demonstrate that. Because they should be here in Martha's Bay, which means it's one of these 3 checks. And if it's the 3rd one, I'm sad. It might be the 3rd one. So there's that one. There is the check over there, but we don't have a way over those holes yet. And then we have our 3rd one, which I'm really hoping's boots. No, it's the hibiscus. Oh, alright. I guess we get to talk about the trade sequence. So, I'm just gonna slip on by. There's nothing we can do in D5 super important yet, so I'm just gonna skip by it. But you can get into it the moment you have flippers. Do we want to see another bomb trigger? Hookshot on hibiscus? No, it was in Yarna Desert. Well, Batman, you're going to be wrong, because it was in Yarna Desert. So we can do a bunch of save and quit tricks around this area. So I'm going to stop into this here telephone booth, because I'm going to go get our second to last shovel check. This is normally the last one I would get if we had Feather, but I don't have it. And it also means I can show off another bomb trigger. Though it is a guy I do want to go with. Yeah, there's our boots. Lovely boots. So, this fella here would normally require the hook in the trade quest. Now you can, very carefully, talk to him from here. If you have sword, it will extend your hitbox to talk to him, and I might show you doing that later. But right now, you don't even need hook. We have bombs and flippers are better. So we can do this. And just bomb trigger him. Because that counts as a hole. And you can do bomb triggers in holes. So that's a scale. That is another check once we get our hook shot.
You know, you say it's a hole, but I didn't see any hole there.
It's legally a hole. The game considers it a hole. It is a strategically placed hole, and now I will get banned for that joke. Real fake holes, yes. So we're gonna give her the hibiscus. Like I said, trade quest is just 12 more checks. And a powder, that's a thing. But we have boots. And like I said, we want to at least activate our second portal, so now we can get here very easily from Mabe Village to return as we have to. I do not have a good item for beating the, what do you call him with? We're pretty sure there's a boss on this screen, no one's ever seen it. Yeah, see, like, I don't know, that seemed like a fake. I think he can be fought with bombs. I don't think logic will ever require you to fight him with bombs. I'm not going to grab that beak, because that is just hints. And I really hope he doesn't have our hook shot. You can also grab that owl while you're passing by if you need a hint, but everything's in our world. Should be relatively fine. Oh dear. He does have our hook shot.
Boss does exist there.
Boss does exist. But bomb logic for him is hard logic. You can try it. Maddie's not trying it today. We're gonna just pretend he doesn't exist and do other things.
Yeah, I mean, hookshot's not that great.
Yeah, no, it's only, like, you know, third best item in the game. We have second best item in bombs, so, like, you know. So this cave here is mildly annoying, but doable with what we have. So you can corner walk this, and it sucks, because the wall makes it harder. Bombs will kill these guys, not a lot of people know. They do drop bombs if you do that. But we can use a boots bonk to make this easier. You can do that without boots bonking, but when you boots bonk, you'll notice Link goes a little bit in the air, and that does let you get over some holes. That said, I think we're gonna die unless I can avoid these very random keys. It's fine. We'll just do it again. So let's get a little bit this way so I can see if I can get him to drop a bomb. There we go. And then, boop. You want to hold the direction you want to bonk when it comes to boots bonking. Otherwise, it will be a bad time. And this is going to be my first demonstration of using a bomb trigger for a static... Oh god, it's Red Tunic. Ow. Red Tunic's going to make other tricks a little harder in the future. Now, hold on. We can use boots bonking to line up with stuff. So, while in the air, you cannot screen transition. So you notice I am pressing into the wall while we are in the air, but it will not actually move us. So that means we are now perfectly lined up for the pixel. Drop the bomb, do the pause buffer, and fail because I'm bad at the game. And this key's going to bully me. Yep. So there is an enemy in slot 1. I have done something wrong. It's probably one of these three, and I don't have the means to kill them right now. So, because it's Red Tunic, I'm not going to bother too much. Red Tunic is nice, but there are a couple of bosses that become more difficult because of it. So, we don't want... Damage is nice, but not always great. So I'm going to... With the logical stuff we have, we're going to return home. A, we need bombs. And notably, he will refill our bombs. Do we want something? Yes, we want them bombs. And I want one more item before I check it, but I think we might end up having to, just because of how this logic is pushing us. So boots, as kind of our only thing, has led to there are about 4 boots checks in the game. One of them is over here, and many people forget about it. And I'm going to die again, because the seat has been very cruel with hearts. Oh dear.
So when you're talking about slot 1, what do you mean by that?
So the game is divided into sprite slots. So you've played Link to the Past, right?
Yeah.
So you know how the Cane of Samaria is broken because when you use it, you can get it to assume the wrong sprite slot, and then
Oh, like on the map?
essentially, the game is loading. The game basically says, uh, these are the slots we have available. So you'll notice like certain bosses and stuff in LADX will glitch out a little bit when you have too much stuff on screen. That kind of a deal. So there's a limited number of sprites that things can be loaded in. So arrows will always assume slot 1, and they will push other things out of slot 1. I'm not going to do the boots bonk there, I'm just going to walk, because I am just very bad at the game today. Oh, a nightmare key. We need these, except for one of them, and I'm going to tell you why when we get around to it. And that's why arrows break the triggers. Yes, because if an arrow happens, it has gone into Sprite 1. The game says that there is an arrow there, thus the bomb will have a bad day. But here, I'll go in here real quick. I don't want to do everything in here yet, because I want to demonstrate super jumps a little bit, and talk about a couple of other ways to get in here, and a couple of ways to get past these guys. But basically, notice there is one enemy and me, so he's probably in slot 2 right now. There are some areas that have an enemy or something in Sprite slot 1. If there isn't, then most cutscenes go there. So picking up an item, a lot of the time, is a hiccups. Is a lot of the times a cutscene. So it will load the cutscene for what's going on. You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to show off... People who saw my last Archipelago run with this saw me doing this nonsense trick, which is terrible. But you can manipulate these guys' movement. If you are pushing into something, they will not interact with the world properly. And then you can get them to clip into walls and such. That gets worse the further you go. They are also immune to normal sword, but level 2 will deal with them fine, and a spin attack will deal with them fine. So you can easily get rid of them if you have sword, but if you don't, you just witnessed me taking advantage of their logic with a bracelet. So if you grab the wall, because they cannot move on wall, but they are still reading your inputs. So you'll see I'm pressing all sorts of buttons on the controller. You'll see Link occasionally pulling because I'm pressing in the upwards direction, and they are taking the opposite one. And just like we can clip into walls, they can clip into walls. So we can clip them into walls, and then we can go above them. And ta-da! The dragon strats, yes. Moving them without bracelet is a hell logic thing. If you're stuck in Mabe, I can show you how to do it. But ta-da! And we'll just grab this, because this is kind of our logical thing. And the good old weird object that you boots through. There is another tactic for how to get through here that requires a super jump. Super jumps I will go over, and if you want to come back to your notes, you just want to super jump off this wall. But I do not lack it, or I do lack it. So that said, there is another way to get in here. There are actually multiple ways to get in. You can get in there with hookshot, which will stun those enemies, so that makes it a pretty good idea. But with nag messages, and I hate this trick, so I'm going to fail it multiple times. You remember how I showed you Brock clipping? You can do it here, with that exact lineup, and sneak in here. It is something that I tend to do when I am stuck in BK mode, because at least it is a check you can do, and it takes forever, so it will occupy you for 20 years. But let's get our other boots checks. So we got a key for Key Cavern. It is mildly pushing us towards getting a couple of checks in D5, it looks like. That said, we also haven't done our powder checks. Doot. So just dodge him. This is a cave that can pretty much only be done with boots and bombs. So it is referred to as Boots and Bombs Cave. Everything in it requires you to have these two items. Generally, the route for it is I grab that one first, and then pop up here. And then ta-da! Turtle Rock Key.
So do you just have to know where the bomb walls are, or is there like a visual thing for them?
There is not... Some of them do have a visual. Otherwise, it's an audio cue of tapping the wall with a sword, which I do not have, so... a lot of it will be me just memorizing where a lot of the bomb walls are. Yeah. I don't know why I'm going this way. We need to return home. We need to go do our powder check. It's been, overdue and call into us. Yes. You can use a sword and Donk Donk instead of Pink Pink. A Zelda staple of the 2D Zeldas forever. Also, like I said, these are always hearts, so feel free to stock up if you need a couple. Especially if you're going to be going to do something dumb. I say, as if I'm going to go do something dumb.
You don't ever do any dumb tricks.
No, never at all. I actually don't think I'll be doing any dumb tricks right now. So, we're just going to go grab this, because this probably should be logical progression. If not, it really wants us to go to Color Dungeon. Which is another dungeon that Key Sanity... I mentioned at the beginning that Key Sanity stuff makes some dungeons good. In terms of Color Dungeon, if you do not have Key Sanity, it has 2 whole checks. So this cave here, I don't have anything to do in here, but people will forget this cave exists, so remember it. So we're going to slip around here. Bosses aren't shuffled, so it can't do one thing. We need to head to that. So let's do reverse LeBonk. Because I can. We didn't need to do that, that was just me showing off. And I'm going to peek this item. So it's a key, we probably want that, and I'll show how to get it with Hookshot later. For now, this annoying pest. So you always want to be on the bottom half of that grave and the top half of this grave, otherwise they don't like pushing in the correct directions. But welcome to Color Dungeon. It is a broken mess on a good day. And it is a location that some of these pots, or one of these pots, always has powder under it. So if you're hard-pressed for rupees, you can get powder from these pots. And use it to get through. There it is. I knew it was somewhere in this room. I don't get it often. Bombs will work on these. Powder will not, so we can go grab this check. Which is medicine. That's tolerable. And I'm going to show off, there is a secret room here. This room has roughly about 200 rupees in it. Roughly. Now, this room, if I save and quit, which is going to be annoying because I'm going to have to fight those goblins again, but we're going to demonstrate everything we can do here, especially because we have 2 keys. Logic's really pushing it. Whoop. If we save and quit, this room is empty again. However, if we hard reset the Game Boy... Yeah, no, I knew it was empty, Dragon. I'm showing failure first. Full-on cheating. Oop. Oop. Darn it. So if you hard reset the Game Boy, it will reload everything in this room. And allow you to rupee farm it. It's sometimes useful. If you really need your late item. But generally it's a bit of a waste of time unless you're like playing different goals that aren't available yet. These friends, we can stun them with bombs. It's not fun. But we can lock them up on the walls. And you can either... If you've ever got ones that are close to the bottom, you can just throw it against the wall. Easiest way to do it. Whoop. And yay, Azul! Everyone's favorite. Ow. Please don't waste my medicine on these. I want it for tricks later. Matter of fact, there's a trick I can do with it right now that I should probably show off. Secret seashell. I can buy more medicine, it's fine. I have rupees galore. So, we are in the rough position of, again, bombs are our only option. But, because mini-bosses aren't shuffled, we can get one more check this way. Hooray, a beak. Whoop, just ignore them, we have a key. Your pitiful sword's no match for him. People should know. Powder. That's how you deal with this guy. And you can sunlock him. Just spam that powder. Just gotta wait until the minor cutscene bits off there. Boo. This is another room where you can do a super jump to save a little bit of time, but it's an easy block puzzle. And a key cavern key. The other boss in here, I think we can beat with bombs, but is probably a very bad idea. But also means that the logic is really rough in this seed. So I'm going to slip on by. If you need medicine, you can pick it up here. But I'm going to show off another boots bonk to get through this area quickly. So we're just going to lift this and bonk over the corner. So the boss here is sword locked, so we can't do anything in there yet. Hooray, powder. Oop. But getting into D2 is bracelet locked, but no, it's still out of logic because of the stuff we have. So I can show it off, but I would rather wait until we have the proper availability. So we are going to go show off some of the stuff I was going to mention. Mountain requires sword in the first major room. You can get by it with hookshot. It is not a fun trick. I will try to demonstrate it, considering it looks like we're probably going to get hookshot first anyway. But yeah, not a fun time. So there's our last portal that we really want to activate, and I generally go to this screen just because I can. I'll show off some fancy stuff later, but no, we want to go this way first. I am being silly. So what we want to do with this first is just drop into it, and this isn't going to work for the trick I want to do. Can't believe I would lie. It's the worst trick. I'm also not teaching them the D5 boots trick. Oh, hey, never mind, we do have sword. So that's that dive check. There's one other dive check to do. And I'm going to show a little bit of out of logic. It's definitely not the worst trick. Yes, it's the worst trick. There are many terrible tricks, and it is on the list. So, as I mentioned, medicine. So, we're going to stop in here real quick. Featherless D2 is also terrible, yes, but the other dive check is good old this way. And this is a check that not a lot of people will go for. I tend to go for it the moment I have flippers because, yes, it's like at least 30 seconds out of the way, but it's easy enough to do if you're in this area, and you don't want to backtrack to it. And then you can save and quit, and just go back to that house because we went in. But alright, I'm going to demonstrate boots on A, another trick. So, it's a good old 2D section. Let's try to get that Goomba. Okay, we'll get them both. But this is a weird synchronicity of boots. So with B, can't do anything here. However, if your boots are on A, boing, you bounce higher. And we can do that with this. This is one of the few medicine tricks. And you can, much like Mario running, run over one wide pits. So you just do the second one. While medicine is basically how that works is while medicine is active, you have iframes, which allow you to stand on the spikes. But it requires medicine and requires that you use it, because otherwise you aren't getting through. There is one other major medicine check I know of, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, which is still a while off. Just gonna deal with them. What the button matters? Eh. You can watch my input display. It was just a matter of the fact that it was on B. Boots on A, you bounce higher in 2D sections.
I remember you mentioning that once before, and I still don't understand why.
Yep, that's why sword goes on B, because boots go on A. That crow you can kill with any number of things. I like the rock, because I find it faster. String and duct tape. Yep, bubblegum and wishes. It only matters that you hold A. It can be on B, apparently. Just easier to hold A. Game assumes A is jump button. Thus, you must use A. So we're just going to do a quick clear of here. I generally recommend opening the gate if you don't have everything to do this area. If you can get everything, then just don't bother with it. It's just extra cutscene time, and it's not like it helps you leave fast unless you really need to go to this area again. I have saved one bomb for this. You can put it up at top. You don't have to go to the bottom for it, which lets us charge a spin attack and be ready for him immediately. Speed. Alright, I'm going to talk a little bit about this dude here. So, he can hit you up here. However, that does go both ways. Technically, I could throw bombs down here if I had them, or if I have Boomerang, I can take him out and get the item from up here, because Boomerang can go over these little ledges. But I don't, so you're just going to have to trust me on that one, that you can do it with Boomerang. You cannot do it with Hookshot, though. Hookshot does not go over the small barriers, much to my sadness. This is one of the 2 doors in the game that requires that you throw a rock at it to open it. And that's your simple Canalet route. Just do it. Ta-da! And we're going to return home. A, because I need bombs. B, I'm going to show off how to steal from the store without stealing from the store. So I mentioned in the form for this that there are mild differences between archipelago logic and normal LADXR logic. So one of them is that stealing from the store can be mandatory. So this item is a key for anglers. We could really use an angler's key, and that could be our only angler's key that's actually reasonable. There are 5 for Angler's Tunnel, but because we have Sword, we can steal. He will only look away for long enough if you have Sword. If not, he catches you automatically. Now, I'm not going to bother stealing this right now, but stealing is in archipelago logic. I have seen people have flippers on there, and it's their only way to get to a bunch of stuff. I have also seen, or at least heard of, and this is something that is supposedly getting patched in logic, that had their first sword, but they had like boomerang, so we're technically able to defeat enemies and grind up the rupees to get it as their first sword. That is supposedly being fixed. Supposedly, but if it happens, blame someone who rolled the seed who wasn't me.
So everyone just blame Maddie. Got
Yeah.
it.
Alright. It's fine. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Animal Village, because we really need that hookshot. It's stopping us from doing quite a few things at this point, and I want it for glitches. So this is sort of one of those bits of like looking where the logic wants you to go. So I can technically get into D2, but I do not have a realistic way past the flowers. So as long as we're on normal logic, it will never insist that I go to D2 right now. So going to D2, much like going to Canalet, while I could get a bunch of checks, namely like 4, it will never have anything that I need right now. So it will not have anything to get past those flowers. Is it worth changing items to screen transition? It depends on how long it's going to take you to get places. So basically, doing any pause is going to take you about 2 seconds just for the transition of the screens. So if it's going to be about less than 2 seconds, then don't worry about it. If it's going to be like, you're doing a big long running section like I am now, then yes, swap to your boots. But any more than about 2 screens, I probably wouldn't worry. Or any less than about 2 screens, I probably wouldn't worry about it too much, just because the time it takes you to pause is going to take longer. And I'm going the wrong way for what I want to do. So, as mentioned, we have scale. That is 1 check. It is over here. It is difficult to remember. There is another way past this with items. So you can do what's called a Zora bump. I'm never going to do it, so you will have to look it up elsewise. Missing scale on the mermaid statue. And It's a key! For Key Cavern. Notably, this room is glitched. These guys will never appear even if you do find Magnifying Lens, so just have to hope for the best if you ever have to go into that room. That little bit of diagonal movement will generally get it, and then just save and quit out, is I find the easiest way to do it. That said, we have Hookshot, and Hookshot is third best item in the game for the various messes we can get into. Now, I do want to show off D5 a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat. I have set up that I can quickly do a save state for this demonstration. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk into D5. You can text skip by doing a quick pause here, if you get the timing right. But I'm going to create a save state here real quick, and we might come back to it. I do want to check some other stuff first, just to show off some featherless tech. And also we can walk into D2. Legally. So I'm going to return home. And if this has nothing, we're going to do return to D5 just to save myself a little bit of transition time. So, I don't know how much people need me to tell them the easy way to do things. But I will try to discuss vanilla every now and again. I did mention this check in the forest that you do not want to forget, because it's a pain. If you have either Hookshot or Rooster, you can get it. You can also do it with a boots jump. It is a hard logic trick, and I will try to demonstrate it later. Oh, a heart. Okay, we're keeping the heart. I will walk back to D5 with that heart. Once again, we will show off the boots bonk. And I'll fail it. I'll fail it twice. Alright. Since I failed the boots bonk, we'll do the other one. So, you can spam hookshot to get over stuff. If I wasn't bad at the game. But yeah, spamming hookshot is an interesting endeavor. And won't always do it, but there we go, we got across. I tend to not like that trick, if you have to do it, but it can save you. This is going to be, I can't remember if this is glitched or hard logic, but you can just hookshot across here and get to the back. And you can also hookshot this. That said, don't screen transition from here, otherwise you can't cross it again. Dude, and we'll grab this. Key for turtle, we don't really need that. Tracker has this listed as normal logic. Yes, this is normal. Oh, really? That hookshot trick is normal logic? Huh. Well, shows what I know. There's now a statue up here. Angler's Tease at Eagle Tower. That's not going to be fun. That means we're doing D5 demonstrations last. Or D2, 4. Whoop. Everything is easier when you go down. Yes, you can go around the mountain. The hookshot trick specifically is otherwise. Yes, I do not have enough D2 keys. It's a very long trip for it, yes. So, Bottle Grotto. I'm going to grab this, because you're always going to want to grab this if you have Bracelet. And I don't think there's anything in here that's like crazy routing stuff for me to need to save state and demonstrate multiple routes. There's not a lot of glitches you use in this dungeon. It's very straightforward, and one of the only ones that to full clear you do need every key. You will, though, notice I do have the compass for it. That is going to be an interesting factor. So, I will save state this because there's a couple of ways to kill these guys that I want to show off. So, every time you go into a room that has anything that falls, A, it's always going to be on this tile, and B, it will always give you the compass sound. Now, with sword, you can just spin attack these guys through. And that's easy enough to do. You can just literally sword and like shimmy against the wall the same as you did the other guys, and then get them. You can also, though, if I reload the state, get them with bombs. So you can, much like the other guys, manipulate them by holding the wall and get them close enough and just boop, done with the bombs, grab your reward. An Eagle's Tower key. More stuff we don't need. Now, this is the last check that logically we should be getting in D2. And it's level 2 sword, that's gonna be useful for some stuff later. But there is this, and you can boots bonk in here. However, it's horrible. Because the pegs actually affect jumping physics. So if you have to do this, you shouldn't have to unless it's like hell logic, because of how the pegs influence stuff. And we just decided you had to do it too many times when we wrote original logic. So it's a hot mess. You can try. But we're going to just not for now. I've shown you can boots bonk once. We don't need it. Let's get out of here. Featherless D2 is awful, yes. It is the worst dungeon to do featherless. But we'll talk about D2 more when we come back. Because for now, we are going to head to the only other available dungeon to us right now, D5. Mainly because it should have our feather at this rate. At this rate. Actually, we can also fight the color dungeon fella. Never forget color dungeon is in logic. It will only be your downfall. Oh, yes.
Now, I know you're saying it could have feather.
Yes.
Is that because of the hint from earlier? You're saying that?
Did we have a feather hint?
Oh, no, we didn't. That was hookshot hint.
Yeah, we had hookshot and boots hint. So we have actually technically gotten our 2 major hinted items.
So could it instead be rooster instead of feather?
It might be rooster. So there's a big difference between rooster and feather, and people are like, oh man, rooster's OP. You can't use rooster in dungeons. So you will need feather. Eventually. Dude. So slip on in. Welcome to D5. D5 is my least favorite dungeon for multiple reasons. The least of which is its routing. And hopefully we don't have to do too many checks in here, but we might have to. So, hookshot is pretty mandatory for this check. You can do some hip buffering jumps that I will go over later when we have feather. As I mentioned at the beginning, hinting for feather is banned because feather can replace pretty much every item in this game. Like, I'm going to walk into this room and show, but like, even this, which seems like it would be, like, weird. I think you can do it like that. No. There's weirdness that you can pull off with this and the bouncing, and you can get through here with boots. It is a hell logic trick for a reason, and I refuse to ever learn it. It is very specific timing. Yeah, walk off normal, then boots across is the first one, and then the second one is garbage. And yes, it is funny because feather is one of the only items that's not hard required for basically any check because of different routes. I want to talk about overkilling Master Stalfo, so I'm going to see if maybe we can find another route in here. I am having a bad day. So I'm going to try to talk about something with these guys. It is annoying and finicky, but if you are holding the direction which they are facing with this after during a spin attack, it will kill them regardless of which way you're actually facing. It's very finicky. I recommend doing it when you can, but don't be hurt if you can't. There is a safe way to do this room with feather, if we had feather, but we don't. Oh boy! I was gonna say, and this is where I regret actually doing this with a normal seed and trying to talk about logic stuff. Because, oh boy, if I just had every item, I could just demonstrate every trick I want to demonstrate over the course of this, like, 3 hours. So, overkilling Master Stalfos. It's difficult to do in this phase. That is the common trick you generally want to do for the damage. And if you have bow, you can just bomb arrow him and overkill him. If you overkill him, you get a free key, because he is not logically programmed to have a check, and it won't give you the last check. But we can still overkill him without it, if I can get the timing right. I'm not going to bother with this one. Yeah, so you can't beat me, he's out of here. Grab your check. And we're going to talk about some featherless D5, shall we? We do have the requisites to do another thing. So... I'm going to go a little bit out of my normal routing path to talk about what is technically logical right now. So we've beaten him again. We do need more bombs if we're going to do all of his fights. But right here, I don't believe we can get across. Or at least it's not logical we should be able to. It's not hard, and I think it might be hard logic with what we have. Also, you can hookshot these. I completely forget that you can, because it was something I learned, like, last week. Yeah, this is basically where the hard logic starts. But this check here... I don't want to switch items. This check here is in logic and is this way. I don't normally go to it this way. I tend to prefer the other way. I probably should have made a save state. There is a hard-ish logic trick in this room as well. Oh, okay, that's cool. We can overkill a Master Stalfos, and I can talk about that. But it requires boots jumping and extra distance down. Someone remind me to check that, or we'll do it in another class. Because I tend to try to show it off every time I can, because it's actually in the no-whoop speedrun. And a trick that I hate, so I tend to practice it often. Ooh. Avoid. Dude. But yes, that being bow is mildly useful. So the normal routing I do for these rooms tends to be going this way, grabbing these checks. So, as I mentioned, you can pit buffer with hookshot. You can also technically use it to get away with, like, being 1 or 2 pixels into a hole, and then just taking advantage of the fact that you can hookshot over a hole. And we can just grab all of that real quick. Featherless D5 is not as bad as it's made out to be sometimes. That said, I am going to just go this way to not die to that spark. Alright, so let's overkill a Master Stalfos, shall we? We'll get bow ready. So we could do the same bomb timing trick I did, which is generally right after the shadow appears, or we can get our bomb arrows out and 1, 2, 3! Dang it, he has 4 health. Imagine I had another bomb and we shot him. But then normally I'd pick up this and then go for that 2D section. I'm not even going to keep these rupees. So if you save and quit, you do not get the rupees. So the next part of this, I'm pretty much out of things I can talk about with D5 right now, because it really wants us to have Feather, which I don't have. So we're going to quickly return home, because we really need bombs. And like I said, I don't want to do Master Stalfos 4. There are technically 2 checks back there, but it's not a trick I'm super familiar with. It is hell logic, so it will never be necessary. And it could never be Feather, and I want Feather right now. That said, with what we do have, it's about time. I mentioned that we needed Sword to get into Mountain. We have enough to consider a Mountain Dip. And Mountain Dips are something that, personally, when it comes to my routing, I don't like doing. I'd prefer, if I'm going to go up mountain, I get everything I need up mountain, because if you don't, it's sad, because then you gotta climb mountain again. Dude. We also do have the color dungeon checks we could technically try to pull. Actually, hold on, we have hookshot. I should demonstrate one of the only Okay, there are a few things I haven't done, but this is just a me routing thing. So, we could have done this a little bit earlier. It involved going to Armos Maze. I'm gonna do Armos Maze now, actually. So this is thinking of where you need to go at any given time. You have 100 rupees, you can do Raft Game. But you do need Hookshot to get to this platform, or Flippers and to do something horrible that I will show off. Or Feather and to do something horrible that I will show off. Well, okay, I can't show that one off because it requires Feather and not having Flippers yet. But yes, the moment we got Hookshot, we probably should have considered Raft Game. It's also a good place to refill on your stuff if you have Feather! Nope. That said, if you don't have to go all the way down, just save and quit from here, it will take you right back up to the Raft Game house. Sword at Tall Tall, we don't need it. But if you need to go down to Armos Maze, then take it all the way through. And just go quick. You don't need most of this stuff. Rupees are generally not super necessary by the time you get here. Alright. Just gonna slip slide around. Whoop. And enjoy the fact that the raft is solid and the hookshot will not go through it. So I'm gonna get off here. And I am going to demonstrate the other way to do this. So the other way to get to Raft Game, I'm just going to save and quit real quick, and regret that we accidentally dropped a bomb. You can swim up Raft Game backwards. However, they are annoying and bombs will hurt you while you are dived. You can also, in addition to swimming up it backwards that way, you can Jesus jump the multiple screens. It is a horrible trick. If you can avoid doing it, avoid doing it. Because if they hit you, you are pretty much stun locked. I am very sad that I can't demonstrate some of the Jesus jump tricks just because we got flippers so early. So I'm going to have to do those in another demonstration. Or... no, I can't do that. I was going to say open Vivify and disable the flippers, but I cannot do that. I would have to manually hex edit to get out of here. Armoses are very interesting. A, you can stun them with Hookshot, one of the better ways to get through here. They all have infinite height, is the best way I can describe it. So you cannot jump over them with Feather. And they are immune to all variants of sword, except for maybe sword beams. They are also immune to magic rod, so you cannot magic rod them. Their only weaknesses are boomerang and arrows. And we do have bow, and they will always drop an arrow, so you can pretty safely take them out with arrows. Though, if you're going to equip bow, then you have to consider you're probably going to be wasting them on a lot of Zols here as well. Also, much like the flowers, they don't have a top of a hitbox, so you can walk over them if you can walk over them. It does not work in any other direction. These two pots will always have arrows, so you can always refill on arrows in here. And we have level 2 swords, this is going to be a little easier, but you can just quick kill him. That normally takes twice as long, and then you want to bounce off the wall to avoid his attack, but easy enough to do. You can also just hit him with level 2 sword. I should have save stated him, actually, to show off a couple of other fight techniques for him. Because there is one where you get the boots going after he does his attack, and it locks you into a permanent boots animation, so he'll just run into you. He's a relatively simple boss, though ironically harder than the Armoses in Link to the Past. Because he has more health, and takes 16 arrows, not 3. Alright. Now, though, Mountain. Which was probably the correct play from the beginning, but, you know. And we're going to be passing Graveyard, so I'm going to show off. I did mention very briefly that there was a trick to get that key without anything. So we're going to grab it real quick. We're just going to go right on in here. Can also fight the worst boss if we wanted to. So what we do is we just grab out our hookshot, and we push this block, and hookshot through it. Because blocks aren't real until they stop. Gonna go grab the other checks in Color Dungeon. Now normally, my Color Dungeon routing would have had me do a lot of this already. Like I said, bottom of the block. However, we were in a position where I did not have any method of beating Stone Hinox, so I did avoid that path. But if you are left with limited keys, I generally recommend the Stone Hinox path over the Bluzblob path. Simply because Bluzblob is one check, whereas there are 3 to 4 behind Hinox, and he's required to get to the boss. That said, he's the worst, because even if you have Feather, his stunning animation here lasts way too long. There you go. He's a boss that Rod is nice against. Dude. So we'll grab this. There are technically no checks to the right from here. Everything is from the top. The right just leads to the boss. So she shell. And everyone's favorite bingo room. You can do this with just sword. It's pretty easy. Though can be slightly irksome. If you hit a wall, generally pick up... Okay, I'm directionally dyslexic. My apologies, it is actually left. So we got a whole lot of nothing. There is nothing in the additional directions, just opening doors, so we can just do that if we have to come back for the boss. Color Dungeon will never have an instrument behind it, so it is never necessary. As a result, you can avoid it. I'm actually going to go this way, instead of using the teleporter, for a couple of reasons. Number one being, Moblin Cave. And I believe we have medicine right now, so we don't need to worry about a lot. We don't have medicine right now, we have to worry about everything. Help.
Now, you said it won't have an instrument, but can it have a key item for someone else's game?
Yes. So the Color Dungeon boss, how Rando has been altered is that instead of having the tunics and swapping between them, because you now do that at phone booths, it contains 2 checks at the end of it, which, if you're not playing Key Sanity, are the only 2 checks in the dungeon. Also, Boss Moblin is sword locked, you cannot fight him with any other weapon. And... oh, yay! Alright, I guess we're going back to Color Dungeon. We're gonna talk about those 2 checks. Ah. Have I mentioned that the seed's great? It's a lovely demo seed of just being forced to go in certain directions sometimes. Ugh. You know what, I think it's gonna be faster for me to return home and just walk to Color Dungeon this way. Rather than try to get over that pit. But yeah, in terms of items you actually need to beat Color Dungeon, Bracelet, because you need to get under a pot, and then that's about it. Something to beat the bosses with. So Powder for the one, and pretty much any weapon for the Stone Hinox. And you can beat Color Dungeon. Yeah, a weapon, basically. I was gonna say, the Color Dungeon boss is an interesting one to talk about. He's vulnerable to anything, but different things have different effectiveness on him, let's say. And it's not based on him actually like taking more damage, it's just purely based on his attack patterns. Also, the bosses in Color Dungeon can sometimes revive, so watch out for that. I think that's might be on LADXR only, though. Easiest one for this one, hit the red ones. And I'm going to just show a fun glitch here. If you have Feather, you can just corner jump this, but also if you pause in this room, it changes the Nightmare Door to a different one. Still acts like a Nightmare Door. So yes, he has knockback. If you have red tunic, it has even more knockback, which is gloriously fun. But also, when he hits this form, he drops 2 Stalfos, so if you're using something like Rod, those will body block the shots for him. And once they hit, you can't keep attacking with it. So he's just a boss of figure out your way to do it, and which way you like. So we got a map for Catfish, and that Angler's Tilty, so we will not have to steal the second one. Gonna say, sometimes you might end up going through here. There is nothing in the wasteland here. It is an area that you can honestly tend to forget about, because there's nothing in it. It's just an alternate way to go through if you don't have Bracelet. But let us head up mountain, because at this point, that's what's a-callin'. And then if we can get Feather, we can just show everything off. Also, I did say I had hookshot and I would show the other way through here. So I'm going to give it, like, one try and explain how it works, but it is hell logic and I don't like it. So, how it works, and I think you also need Feather for it, but you push this block, and at the same time that you're pushing it, you hookshot it. And, you know, similar to it not existing, you need to time the hookshot just right. Yeah, I can't do without Feather. It's Feather mandatory, because you need to jump over pits to make them not fall. But boots work too. You have to bonk the block to stall the pit. Yeah, exactly. We're getting into hell logic nonsense. Alright, so, slot 1 problems. If I bomb trigger this, which I will just for demonstration purposes, it will fail, because I have screwed up every bomb trigger I've attempted today. Come on. It will work? Hold on. That's not supposed to work. This Zol is supposed to...
lying to us again.
Yeah, I know, right? The Zol in this spot is supposed to be the Sprite 1 guy, so if he's loaded, it generally stops it. Also, we got Ocarina, which is 3 checks. That is about it. Okay, that Zol is only in slot 1 if you come from the right. So there we go. There's weird nuances to slot 1. That said, we do have Ocarina, which is 3 long checks. One of them is terrible. We don't have Pineapple, otherwise I would show you can bomb trigger Papal, but he, unlike the Fisherman, only works if you actually have the trade item. Because nuances. That said, there is a chest here with more magic powder. This time. Generally check it, just go. Doot. Ways to get past here, Flippers, Rooster, Jesus jumping. Cannot demonstrate Jesus jumping due to finagling. I'm going to show the route for this chest, or these chests, but you will never need them. They will always contain a junk item. The rare exception is the, like, 1 in 200 times it will contain shells, and for that reason I am going to demonstrate how to do this room. So you don't do it this way, you leave first. Also, if it has bombs, that would be swell. So you should grab that check. But 1. Hooray, I don't need the powder, but 2. Then 3. You have to come to the bottom to get all 5, but you can. If it's shells, it's useful. Sometimes you might need it if it's rupees. If it's bombs, it's really good to have the full refill. But yeah, most of the time it's just junk. It's either powder or just a couple of rupees. But even then, there are better ways to get rupees than figuring that room out.
So you basically just have to start in the bottom right and then go counterclockwise opening them?
Pretty much. You don't need to do the bottom right one specifically first. I just do because, you know, you have to go that way anyway, and it's a little bit nicer for your movement. Rooster Cave is an interesting thing. So, number 1, if you're going into here, always save and quit first. And I say that because this is one of the few caves, I think the only cave in the overworld, that has a unique trait to its pits. And that is, and I'll show it off, Hook. We don't need Hook, so I can use this later, but this is an addition from LADXR, and obviously AP as a result. You can use level 2 Bracelet to just get into this item. Rooster Skip involves hookshot jumping. I can show that off when we have Feather, or just having Rooster and doing it the normal way. But all of the pits in this cave do this. So save and quit, because you want a hard reset if you fall in a pit, because you don't want to walk all the way back up. It takes way too long. That said, we move on. We do have another check we can technically do. Now, we did get Ocarina, so the game is really pushing us towards do the Ocarina checks, because we have everything to do all three. But we can, once again, use our good old Boots Bonk, and grab the Toadstool. So the Toadstool has a few interesting properties as well, that while not having Feather, can be useful. So number one,
your favorite cheaty tool?
Yep, or one of them. So that clipped us into the wall, so it moved us out of the pit. It does the exact same thing as that pit puffers do, but instantly. Now that said, you can soft lock the game with it, so it is a risky type of thing to do. And you can also jump down these waterfalls. That is a mild addition for LADX. Normally you can't, or LADXR. You normally cannot. But let's go listen to the best song. And get your questions ready, because I'm not talking during this. I will sing! Oh! Mambo mambo. Oh! Alright. Let's Ocarina check number one. It does require Ocarina, and it is the last, basically, water exclusive one. We're going to pop by here, and this is a mistake a lot of people will make. You can go get Marin to date on the beach at any time, but if you do, she is not here. LADXR recently fixed that. Archipelago, we don't know if they will. So, Marin date, don't get it unless you're, like, playing bingo and absolutely have to. At least until after you've done this specific check. If you've done this check, then go get her all you want. I might even go grab her if I feel like it. It's a good BK mode thing to do. But only after you've gotten the Ocarina check, because if you don't, you can hard lock your seed. And it's seashell. Yay. It's terrible. Everything's really bad. So we don't have song 3. We don't have that. This is where even I'm confused about the logic. Because we shouldn't have this mushroom, but I'm going to go cash it in. Because you can get a new mushroom, so we can still use it for glitches after going and getting a fresh one. We are also going to do Le Bonk. Come on, Le Bonk. It's the French bonk. And give her the mushroom. It's a lot of single checks. Logic, we don't need no logic. Yeah, pretty much, if it's me. Hooray! A Zol attack. I love it. It's my favorite. We don't have any dungeon keys. This is making me wonder if I forgot something at this point. But I don't see anything I should have forgotten. What am I doing? Where am I going? My brain is melting, it's fine. Did they change key logic? I don't think they should have. Maddie forget something? Never. I know, right? Let me check the map real quick. I can go part of the way to D8. That might be what it's asking me to do. often checking your map is useful because anything where you haven't been is obviously blacked out, so you can use that to see where you have and haven't been. It is a useful tool, and yeah, I really think that this is actually asking me to go do Mountain again, as opposed to the Ocarina checks, because we cannot get the third one. It does require either Feather or Rooster, or doing Hell Logic tricks. Right, I wanted another mushroom. That was what I wanted first. Dude.
You don't need another mushroom.
You'd be surprised. I kinda might. There we go. Mushroom is also one of the few checks in the game that you need to make sure you watch the whole thing. If you try to text skip it or anything like that, it does not go into your inventory. You'll have noticed the delay from the tracker. My tracker is an auto tracker, so the moment it picks something up, it should be registering. So the delay there on that mushroom is real. If you save and quit too early or try to text skip it, you do not get it. And the same is true of whatever check ends up there. You can end up saving and quitting too quickly and not getting the item in your inventory. That said, if you don't get it in your inventory, it is still there. You can go back for it. It's just very annoying because you've generally saved and quit and ended up somewhere entirely different. That said, BK mode and such is generally a good time to think. Think about your routing and such. Like I said, I don't like doing Mountain if I have to go up more than once. But I did take the time to consider we got Ocarina, and that could have been what we needed to do. Sometimes you take a gamble, which is pretty much all of LADX is gambling of what's going to be the thing you need, and can I consider go mode. That was the entire bit with this month's monthly. That said, that's all I'll say on that, because I know at least one person in the chat hasn't played it. And you should. The LADXR monthlies are great. So yes, because we have Hookshot, we can do the bridge, which is what it's asking us to do. Which also means that Nightmare Key we bomb triggered is also in logic. This is the way you get it normally. Also, another bush that you can't lift, because that's under it. So you would bomb this wall, and I'll actually use this opportunity. Get out of the way, please. Yeah, there we go. To demonstrate. So, normal sound, if you listen carefully. Bomb sound. It's very echoey. But that is how you indicate whether walls are bombable that you do not otherwise see the bomb for. I'll show a few of them off, mostly in dungeons, and the weird rocky caves are where you'll see them normally. And in many dungeons, I might be able to demonstrate a little bit of D8s here. Fitty Roops. So these are the two checks that it was asking me to do. Assuming that this should be a dungeon key? Or maybe Rooster to do a couple more checks. That's not good. What am I forgetting again? Okay, so we mentioned the normal logic for getting down to the other things that I did with Hookshot. That is just down this way. You can jump down this cliff or the one above in order to get to where you need to go. Now, normally when you jump down, I'd put a bomb on this transition rock just to get this a little bit faster. But we're going to demonstrate, this is out of logic, but the easiest way to do this is with boots. And run forward, and then quickly leave. I get the feeling I'm going to have to come back here. So, we are missing a number of things. I'm just going to check the map again. Because of course this would be a ridiculous seed, wouldn't it? We got all the D5 checks. We did kennel it early. We don't have... Is this a key logic problem? This might be a key logic problem that we have to submit. No. I've definitely just forgot something. I don't have Yoshi doll. We did... that. If you have any questions, Odron, now would be a great time.
Holy see. If I knew the game a little better, I might have some questions. You said something about the Marin date. Could that be what you're forgetting?
No, Marin date is not a check. It's just essentially in there because it's cosmetic. It would be
Okay.
used to remove the walrus, but the walrus is removed by default. I cannot think of what I have somehow missed here. But
That one check in the forest, you said that people forget, that requires the rooster or feather, right?
hook shot, which I grabbed.
Oh, you did? Oh.
Yeah. That's
I
it.
may
Hey.
have been not paying attention.
Yeah. We can bomb trigger him. We would normally need Frog Song. We are Frog Song and level 2 shield from this being logical. Did I fish? Yes, I fished. Vire is broken. So he will go wherever he wants. You'll notice his shadow doing a mess right now. Easiest way for Vire is if you have powder, just get out of here. I love him being broken. It's great. I'm just going to reload this room. We're going to do some D8 routing while I try to think of what possibly I could have forgotten here. Powder. Ta-da! If he comes up the bottom screen, that's free. If he doesn't, it's not free. So the Angler's Tunnel Key wouldn't make a difference. If we had one more D2 key, I might consider it, but right now... there are 2 D2 keys, or key doors, we can technically go past. But... oh yeah, we are just boots bonking and corner walking here. This room is, doable. Carry more bombs. Don't think I ever got a bombs check. Can use the bonk to get over that. Get out of here. Hooray, a beak. Tail key. Alright, that's not... this is not logical. So we have done something wrong, but it's working out. I can at least demonstrate D1. Rude. Why is it not logical? I do not have level 2 shield. Or Frog Song to actually get in here. Yes. And this is one of those things, is learning to read logic. Because logic says I will not find Feather here. Or, sorry, I won't find level 2 shield or Frog Song here. And Frog Song is semi-necessary for some stuff. Now, there is ways to get to the other side here. I will show them off because D8 routing is weird. So what we can do is we can get rid of that and do a 2D section with boots. So remember how I mentioned running over pits?
Yeah.
You can also take advantage of basically both of those tricks, the bonking and the running over one wide pits. So we can bonk up here and then run across the second one. And then this one here, we wait patiently, and then we run on and bonk right up there. And then we can get to the other side here without Feather. And this is why Feather is cheating. Beat ourselves up.
Now, Is it in logic to be able to do those things?
No.
Without
Being in this dungeon at all right now is not logical. And that trick, I believe, is only labeled as hard, because I think most boot bonking in 2D sections is hard. Logic not glitched. So there will be very few times you have to do something like that, unless you're playing on a ridiculously higher difficulty. Also, always go this way first, because if you go the wrong way, you can soft lock yourself if you don't have feather. Right. Yeah, there we go. So this room, if you go to the other side of it by accident, like I have done many a time, and try to come back without feather, you can't. But you can go through this room with feather the other way.
Interesting.
I will show you. It's a very easy diagonal jump. But yeah, that is pretty much everything we can do here without going into hell logic stuff, which I really don't want to. Because the other bit involves going backwards through an area. That's not fun. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to return home and reconsider my life choices of being a runner of this game, you know? Because we do have the D1 key. We can go check out D1. It just won't have Feather or Frog Song. Because... Or, sorry, not Feather or Frog Song. It won't have Frog Song or Level 2 Shield. Because that's the weird part.
Out, but did you do that one area where you have to follow the signs?
You cannot get there without either Feather or Rooster in logic. I could get there with Mushroom, but yeah.
We're gonna. I'm just trying to think of something that I've seen before that I haven't seen you do yet.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like I think the major thing is it wants me to use this D2 key, but it shouldn't, because D2 key logic requires like all 5 keys normally. So I don't know if that might be something that they changed for Archipelago, and I'll want to cry. Because I don't think we're going to find much in here, if I'm going to be honest, but I'm going to show a bit of it featherless. Hooray, medicine. And good old bomb arrows. Bomb arrows always explode faster than just dropping a bomb regularly, so they are always the preferred method. And more arrows, hooray. But yes, this is kind of a fine example of what I mentioned earlier, where it's like following your logic. I can be in here, I can pretty much do everything in here except for the boss because I don't have the nightmare key, but it will not lead me to anything I need. Now, it could lead your Archipelago partner to something that they need, which, you know, is always something worth considering, especially if you have nothing better to do. But generally, you want to be doing the things that you know you can do, or that you know should be in logic.
I mean, logic is just a suggestion.
It is just a suggestion. Well, at least we know that there is one check I didn't do, but it is also very out of logic, which is the extra chest in Villa that I would have needed to damage boost past. Now that I have boots, I can technically go get that pretty easily. It's another area that I generally recommend a super jump, but we do have all 3 keys, so we don't need to. But you can super jump past this block. I will demonstrate super jumps eventually. And we knew face key was in here, so that's yet another dungeon we can at least check out. And you need to jump to get past that, but you can also jump down without going through the key block if you want to save your key. Doot. So, we're just going to quickly do these 3 of a kind, and then I'm going to talk about the last kind of featherless trick in here and the various methods for which you can do it. So, there is one last pit. This is the only major pit between you and the boss, and the boss only requires sword in this dungeon. So, you have options of you can use the mushroom, so pit buffering. And when you're pit buffering with the mushroom, you want to save and quit on that frame, and you need to be very careful, because if you screw up the wrong way, it will soft lock the game. So make sure you've saved if you're ever going to do a mushroom buffer, just because it's a rough time. The other one is, and you've seen it multiple times at this point, the boots bonking. You can boots bonk down and have a fairly easy time. And don't always hit it. I believe 2 arrows will kill him as well. I'm just lazy and don't want to change my equips. And D1 routing is pretty much the easiest dungeon to deal with. Now that said... yeah, you were about to say I have bow. Again, the 2-second save with level 2 sword, it does do enough damage that it's sometimes not worth it. It's gonna say... I went to gift guy. Gonna double check. I could have just given myself the map, but you know. Do be how I be. I'm 90% sure we got all 3 checks down here. Because we got bracelet immediately. Yes, we did do this check. So... Gotta say, it would be for the demo that the logic is terrible. The angler key is not great. That's not useful.
What about the beehive?
We don't have stick.
Oh, I thought you could just run into the tree and knock it down.
Yeah, we've been very without trade items, notably. Like, we've gotten the hibiscus and that's about it. It is not a knockdown, no matter how much that should legally work. I was gonna say, there is also a quirk to auto-tracking with AP versus auto-tracking with the normal LADXR. Notice that the only highlighted trade item right now is the scale. That is just due to... In AP, it will throw the checks you finished away, versus in normal LADXR, it keeps them around. I know we skipped Red Tunic, and I skipped the Beak. We have done pretty much all of the shovel checks, if I recall correctly. I was gonna say, this should not be doable, but we can boot bonk past here now. No. Or use hookshot. Come on. I don't wanna. It's not gonna let me. Alright. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah, this is not logical. I was gonna say, the fact that we have no way over a hole is causing us issues. I was gonna say, for the demonstration, I would check where Feather is, but that would still be cheating by the actual logic, and I want to teach people that they don't have to do that.
I mean, you can try and check for where Rooster is, right?
This is true, but Rooster's only going to be like 1 check. That said, it's... Or, sorry, 2 checks. But they are 2 checks worth checking. So let's hint for Rooster. Every 20%... Ah, I see.
Did it just tell you where you need to go?
Oh, no, I've been disconnected from the Archipelago server.
Oh. Huh.
That's... a thing. Yeah, I guess the server for the game shut down? Yeah, it shut down the server for the game. Oh, hooray. Life's great. Well...
What do you do about that?
Well, you don't get hints, that's what you do.
I see.
I will point out this was a new version of the Link's Awakening thing, so we could be experiencing bugs. I was gonna say, don't think there are any other checks in D5 we can get. But it is the... No, I think this is a D2 key logic problem. So, what I think that this is asking, and this shouldn't be asking it, but if it is, then this is an archipelago difference in terms of logic stuff. But there is legally one D2 check I can get. But it is very bad key logic if it is. And this is one of the reasons why I generally prefer non-archipelago. But that's my own preference. So, legally, we can get one D2 check. I would never recommend doing this. Ever. But we are in a position that, there are no other checks. Or I'm forgetting something very simple. Because going to D6 is even further out of logic. We're still missing 2 whole checks. But, well, we do have the things for 2 of the checks in here, because we do have hookshot. But this is a featherless check. I should have, like, save stated or something. I'm not sure when the last save was. But you do not want to be checking these rooms unless you have all 5 keys for the dungeon. And that's exactly why. I'm going to hard reset that. Okay, so it was when we finished D1, which was still out of logic, but sure. So yeah. I bonked this tree, right? I am so very second-guessing myself, because this is a normal logic seed.
There's not like any dungeons where you're putting them off waiting for other items, were you?
No, I can only legally get into D2 and D5. No, I did check moat, Batman. I always do. Yeah. Just trying to mentally run through my checks here. So just do my post route. We did take the long way. We know we did Boots and Bombs Cave, because I talked about that. And we came around. Because yes, I do have keys to do pretty much every dungeon, but I don't have the means to do them because I can't get into them legally. The only reason I even got into D1 was because we did the out-of-logic checks that we did. We did Armos Maze, and the D1 did lead us to D6, so out of logic we could legally go there. We beat Lanmola, because he had the hookshot. And there is not a way for us to get to third Mad Batter, because he requires us to get over holes, which we cannot do. We can't hookshot bushes, and there is nothing on the other side of that hole we can hookshot. Otherwise, he does still require flippers as well.
What about those bushes that require you to sword break them to get across? The holes blocking them.
You mean the ones down here?
Yeah.
We can't get over those holes.
Sure. Why not?
We do not have any method of getting off the ground, and it is too wide for a boots bonk. We could do it with just feather, though. I'm gonna go back into D5, though. Because, yes, we are in a position. It is legally a position. And I'm going to... Yeah, we've done pretty much everything there is to do in this dungeon. Because the last 2 unfilled rooms there are just 2D section stuff, essentially. Or leading to the boss that we can and cannot beat. So... gonna say, I'm going to very quickly just make the tracker stuff invisible so I can drag open the map. I'm gonna double check the map, which is saying something. I don't use the map. But it's gonna kill our layouts, so... boot.
I wonder if they've changed the logic for the AP version versus non-AP, and that logic change is something that you're not thinking of.
Yeah. As I mentioned, my major thing with it, I think that they did, was change key logic, if that is the case. Where's the map? Help. Quick settings. Help.
Well, you see, we got rid of the map because we knew you didn't like it.
This is true. It's my own fault. Map. There's show only items. Alright, get rid of that. Show me the map. Turn off entrance randomizer. Not helpful. Or Magpie crashed. It's my favorite. Alright, there we go.
Well, you were saying something like 3 hours for all the demonstration purposes, and
Yeah,
crashes are part of the demonstration.
this is true. Everything's breaking, time to panic. Yep, pretty much. So, yeah. The only things it says I haven't done are phone booths.
I'm guessing those don't actually give anything?
Dude. Yeah, phone booths are empty. The phone booths.
Are you sure they're empty?
I am 100% sure phone booths are empty. Because, yeah, it's auto-tracked the bosses I fought, but nothing else. There are literally no in-logic checks labeled. There's not even hell logic checks labeled, which is concerning. Maybe the AP logic is borked? It might be borked. That's the
Well,
bit.
this might be a good seed to send over to the devs handling the AP side of this.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they would be marked either. Even so... let's take that off, take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Take that off. Aha! Boots Pit Canada Castle in Hell. Rupee Shop item not done. Trendy game not done, but we've seen both of them. Ah! I know what I have forgotten.
What did you forget?
Well, you remember how I mentioned that those crystals can only be broken by sword?
Ah, yeah.
And we didn't have those when we went in. And this is why I tell people to try to remember checks. But that is the only other check that we have not technically done. I'm going to turn this map off. And fix my thing.
I hope it's rupees.
I hope it's rupees too, because that would be hilarious. Also, the check map is legal for races, so don't feel like I've cheated with that. It's allowed. You are allowed to use the tracking map. I just tend to not to. Yes, I forgot Woods Cave, apparently. But that is the only thing in Logic that I have forgotten. Which means it kind of has to be Frog Song, I think. Yes. The map helps you with auto-tracker check stuff, so it's a very useful thing that I was using auto-tracker for this. I did contemplate not, because the input display was slightly more important, but we managed to get them both, so... This is the chest we forgot, because I'm a dingus. And yes, you can spin attack it from the other side. It's a little finicky. There's Feather. Alright, life's better. Man, imagine if I had been able to hint for Feather. Alright, so that is the missing piece.
Imagine if you could hint at all.
Yeah. It is very easy to forget that check if you get late sword, so... If you forget that check, don't feel bad like I do. Just feel bad because it's me. I'm gonna feel bad for myself, because... Yes. So, alright. We are 2 hours in, and I'm going to discuss No Whoop. So, as I mentioned, the sort of rule set for things is no whoop. So no wrong warp and no out of bounds. So Feather allows for super jumping, which allows for lots of out of bounds. And I'm going to show it right here. Congratulations, baby's first out of bounds. We are in a room that doesn't exist, thus it is empty. Out of bounds is any tile you cannot get to through normal gameplay. So if I were to manage to get, say, up there, onto these ledges, that would be out of bounds. I can't think of a way I could, but yeah. And you can end up using super jumps to soft lock. So due to a super jump, you want sword or bow, and then swing in the opposite direction, and you'll jump off it as if it were a ledge, because all walls are ledges and merely suggestions. You can lift things from inside, so don't get too worried about getting locked into places. That said, in terms of Feather, it doesn't unlock much, but it does mean everything we've done now is now in Logic, and I can start showing off Feather-based tricks. So we are going to head back up mountain and show up... Wrong mountain. We are going to head up mountain and show off a little bit more of D8 first, because we have... Well, we don't have everything for D8. I've changed my mind. D1 and D6 are still out of Logic, so the main thing that we can do that is in Logic is D5 right now. It really wants us to go finish D5, and we have the keys and capability to do so. So, let's go do D5. There are 3 checks still to do in it, and I can show off overkilling Master Stalfos, not that it will matter in the last room. Dude. Alright. Let's head down here. It's going to be more than a few screens, so we will get our boots out, as was asked prior. This also does mean we can do the last Ocarina check. It is a long one, so if you don't do it immediately. I would generally do it when you're going to do your Ocarina check rounds. Otherwise, it's one of the few checks of try not to bother, because Sign Mace sucks. D5 is also one of the dungeons in terms of routing. If you can do a single dip on it, do a single dip on it. Because just going through this section alone takes so long, you don't want to do it again. There is a Jesus jump method for getting in there, but it is hell logic, I believe. Because it's very specific. Doot. 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 Ah. Back. Alright. So in here, it's easy enough. Just jump your way. Like I said, there is a boots way through here. It is hell. I don't like it. We're not doing it. Ugh. This is also the last room that these crystals appear, or the last, like, major room where it's important those crystals appear in. It is a sword lock to check. I'm not even gonna grab that. We don't need money at this point. And you can overkill Master Stalfos with bomb arrows, just 1, 2, 3 in this room. That said, this is one of those checks that if you leave too quickly, you will not get it. So we do need to wait, grab it, wait a little bit, and then go. Also, because we overkilled him, the music doesn't stop, and it's great. Alright, so this is my favorite path, or the fastest path to the boss from this dungeon. So you want to go through there. If you still have to get your checks, like if you did Master Stalfos 4 before coming this way, I didn't in this case, then go do the checks through here. And the one to the left here. But then here is the best trick. And someone's going to say, oh, but you just said no woob in places that you aren't allowed to get through normal gameplay. Well, you can... Yes. It is legal to do that in no woob. That's what matters.
I like your justification on that.
What, it is legal to do. It is actually legal. And you generally like your extra key for going this way and then crossing through here. That said, there are other paths to get to this boss, and I'm going to show a few of them off for the sake of it, so that if you're going through here without that key, or that extra key, like you couldn't extra kill Master Stalfos, you've only got the one key, because you do need the one key to get through this door here. So you always need one key for D5, but you can, through, again, either overkilling Master Stalfos or finding another one, manage to get more. So if you need to do D5 with just the one key, you can go through Master Stalfos room 1, and then slip through this staircase here. It does require Feather, but you can go through here to the other side, and this ends you up on the opposite side of that room to get to the boss. A little bit of crusty BizHawk gameplay. Everyone loves it. And then you can boots jump over here. That is labeled as a hard logic trick, but it is doable and used to be the speedrun method. Now, something that might seem obvious. You watched me super jump over a wall in D2. And in here, that looks very doable, because you could just do this, and then walk over here, and then end up in this boss room without using the key. That is illegal. That will get you banned. But I am going to try to show off the tricks that will get you banned that are very obvious looking, because they're obvious looking, and for that reason, they need to be watched out for. There is a method of getting through this dungeon as well without having beaten with... If you don't have bombs to beat Master Stalfos, you can still get through this dungeon to the back rooms. That involves going this way, if you have hookshot. Now, you can fight Goma to get through, because the room that we're skipping there over here, through that key block, just has Goma in it as a mini-boss. But you can go through this way, and... this is a trick I am not keen on, but we are going to show it off for the sake of it, and I think I can pull it off this way. Nope. So, when you exit a staircase, you are on subpixel 0. So as long as you don't move in diagonals, you can sometimes get away with super jumps if you're looking in the correct direction. If you're not, you have to do a naked super jump, and it sucks, and is horrible, and I hate everything about it. But you can super jump off that wall. It is legal to jump to cross it there. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm hitting diagonals, but set up for top walls and left walls. Yeah, so the right wall sucks. Staircase only works for top and left walls. But you can technically jump there. This is a pushable block. But if you can get to the other side. Right wall sucks, yes. There is another staircase in here. There's another way past it, but it's eluding me right now. Because there's another way... Yes, if you have the key, you can go through that way as well. Just need to do a special jump. And then you can do the dungeon backwards as well, because it'll lead you to the other side of the Master Stalfos room. But that jump...
blocks don't exist when you push them. Can you jump over a pushing block?
Block? In theory? There's never been an instance to have to. Because most of the time when a block is pushable, it's generally leading you to the requisite thing. So yes. Going through here, you can use the key and do just a really complicated diagonal jump from here. And hookshot makes it easier. And you can, if you really need to, and you've come through this way, and like don't need to go to the boss, but have the key, you can go this way if you're still looking for the nightmare key, to go the inverse method. This just sucks because you can't get out of it. But let's talk about the first boss here, only 2 hours in, because I've been stopping to demonstrate stuff. My favorite boss, in the biggest quotation marks that are available at the Superstore, Slime Eel. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is your perfect cycle that for him. You want to try to get 4 hits. And you have to time them almost perfectly. If you have Red Tunic, the knockback makes the timing even worse because he gets the knockback frames even though he doesn't take more damage from it. Slimeal is the only boss in the game that takes static damage and can only be hurt with sword. So you need hookshot and sword. He is locked to both of them. There is no other way. Having level 2 sword doesn't help any more than level 1, and having Red Tunic is a detriment to you in that fight. That was why when I saw it, I was not concerned about making sure I got that check right, because it was absolutely unnecessary and would have just made that fight harder. But that's it. We have our instrument. In terms of if I was going to rate D5 on a scale of 1 to 8 of dungeons to do if you don't have to do every instrument, because of Slime Eel alone, D5 is probably the last dungeon I would prefer to do, save maybe D2. And that's just because D2 needs all 5 keys to fully complete. You only need 2 to beat it, though. So that's it. D1 is still technically out of logic. And D2 has a couple of more checks we can do. So we're going to walk into D2 a bit, just to talk about checks a bit. Also, if you're ever in Catfish Maw D5, always generally return home out of it, unless you really need to go to Animal Village or something. But let's head on to D2 and do the remainder checks in the middle. So I did the first bit of D2 how I would normally do the routing, so grab those checks in that order with using your shenanigans to beat the Shy Guys. And you can boots bonk that room. If you've got time and you're in BK mode, give it a shot. If not, just don't. Find something else you can do in BK mode.
Like, make a sandwich.
Make a sandwich. Actually phone up your Burger King, get one of their poutines, they're pretty good.
Our Burger Kings don't have poutines?
Gasp. Well then come to Canada and get a get a poutine from Burger King. But yeah, that room, slip in here to take them out. Do this. You can hit this diagonally, grab that chest, keep going. Alright. So then, hit here. The peg logic in this dungeon is a little weird. That's the way I like to do that room, but my mental, like, child brain generally doesn't hit that switch. This room has an interesting bit to it. If you just go left, you can jump, and then jump. This is very tight timing. You can watch my input display. It's like a little bit of diagonal left just to make sure you don't get caught, and then just keep going. Do not grab this heart, for reasons that I will tell you later. Deal with this Hinox. however you want to. I have arrows, it would have been a lot easier, but we're walking our way through this, trying to demonstrate things. This is a super jump area you can do. If you only need to go to the boss, then I recommend going this way. We do not have the requisite keys, but you can super jump over there and drop right into this room, which is just outside the boss key. So matter of fact, the boss is just through that door. We don't have the keys to do it yet. And while we're here, I'm going to demonstrate this room. Firstly, you can Marin's Song to kill that thing. Or the Pole's voice. Just like talking to your second controller on a classic Nintendo. And then you need to get the bat and him. If you do not have Marin's Song, you can take him out with pots or bombs, even bomb arrows, but the risk of hitting other things is pretty high. Normally I grab that chest just before I go into the boss room if I need to clear the dungeon. Also, yes, Spin Attack has a little bit more range than the other ones. And Goombas have a trait, if you jump on them to kill them, you get a heart instead, because reference to Mario. So, again, if you're not taking the shortcut, I'd hop through here. So it's an Angler's Tunnel Compass. Grab this chest. If you have the keys, do the Boo Buddy room. Because there was at one point a logical error that this door did not have the logic requirement of all of the keys, which is why D2 keys terrify me. It was set to only requiring 4 keys, and it hard-locked a seed for me. So always do that. With the pegs we've hit, we go top route first. No, we go bottom route first, because I'm... Again, this always trips me up from how I do it as a kid. Normally I'd take the top route. If you have not hit the pegs at all, do the top route. If you've hit a peg, do the bottom route. Which, in your return visits, you will always never be hitting the peg. But that said, that's that. We don't have the keys to finish that routing. There's not much else to the routing. D2 is a very simple dungeon similar to D1. It's very cut and dry. That said, we have bananas and our honeycomb. So, let's return home, because I think it's faster to the teleporter. I think. I could be wrong.
Are Pole's voice weak to arrows like in Zelda
1? No? I think they just eat them.
Really?
Yes. Bombs hurt them for sure. I can test on the Pole's voices in D6 when we get around to D6. But I am 90% sure they are either do not take damage from arrows or take so little damage from arrows as that it is one of the worst ways to kill them.
If I'm remembering right, arrows were like one-shot kills on in Zelda 1.
Yeah, arrows are a lot better in a lot of circumstances. They do take damage from arrows, it's just a waste of arrows, yeah. So like they take like 6 to kill, 4 to 6. It's a lot of arrows per Pole's voice.
That is a weird change.
Yeah. Arrows in this game either kill enemies outright, like just like 1-shot, 2-shot, or take like 10 times as many as they do in other games. Like Armos Knight takes 16 versus 3 in Link to the Past.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very weird and kind of arbitrary. It's easier to remember which enemies are good to kill with arrows than try to remember how much damage it does to all of them. Because, yeah, a lot of items are like that. The bridge here for Kiki. Because, like, who's the other enemy? Wizrobes can be defeated with arrows, but it takes so many of them compared to just dropping a bomb.
Yeah, bombs are always good for them.
Yeah. Ooh, bird key. Alright. We get to go route my favorite dungeon. And generally my one, if it is one on your list and it is not in its normal location, my number 1, finish it, because it's the easiest. We have 3 small keys for D4. That is all we need. Matter of fact, we don't even need that. I will show... This is going to be the first dungeon that I am going to use the save state function for, because I'm going to show you how to route it with the pillars, which you only get one shot at. I'm going to try to show it with feather, without feather, and without bombs. And without feather or bombs. So, y'all are in for a treat, and I'm gonna do this dungeon like 4 times. Now, there is a trick I would show on the way to D7 if I had Rooster, but because I don't, I cannot demonstrate the trick because it requires Rooster. Dude. That said, I could probably demonstrate a hookshot jump if we need to. I don't think we have to, though. I was gonna say, whoop. Also, fun fact, that hole leads to the water cave down below, and I will show how to not fall into it when you're falling from D7. Also, that staircase is fake. It's not real. And it will wrong warp you. Because this is an entirely different cave. Alright, so your typical way across here is going to be hookshotting here. If you have Rooster or do not have hookshot, you can hop down here and use the Rooster at the very last moment. Or you can pit buffer it. Which is, you know, a lot easier to do with Mushroom. Oh, and then I forget to actually do the second pit buffer. It's fine. But yes, there are other ways to do this without hookshot. This is a situation, and this has been timed many times. Swapping to boots here compared to the fact that you're going to have to do equips anyway when you get to the other side is not worth it. Now, granted, I should have because I didn't have bracelet equipped. But if you have bracelet equipped already, the time it takes you to walk up here will be the same amount of time you'd spend anyway, because you can hookshot the rock as opposed to having to run it. But let's go into D7. Eagle's Tower. So let's make a quick save, because we are going to show this off. I'm going to show the vanilla-ish way first. So the way that requires that you have a key. And I'm going to show you, full clearing this entire dungeon. So, first things first, you want to do here, if you don't have key sanity, this will always be a key. There is the level 2 shield. It's a piece of wood. I don't need it for anything, but its only function in the game is to get past the flame wall. But in vanilla, you'll want to go through here if you don't have feather. So you go through here. If you have boomerang, you can hit that switch from here and get this automatically. You can bounce this off the wall to get it to the other side. Pull everything through. And just go. The ball has a unique function compared to basically every other liftable thing, where you do not have to actually pull back to lift it. You just can pick up and throw. That said, drop down here. And you'll want to hit that. Now, I will show it off when I am doing a feathered route for this, but you can grab those chests a lot easier. This room, you want to make sure you get these horse heads. They do have an item. If you're going to bomb trigger, you want to make sure this dude's dead, because he is the Sprite 1 slot, but we are doing ball route. We are doing featherless ball route, just to prove that this is doable. So you can also push while you have this equipped. Toss it up there. You can just walk over the pits. It's easy enough. You do want to take these guys out, because they have a check. Good old Nightmare Key for Tail Cave. We do need that, so we are going to have to make sure that we do a full clear route on the way out. And what we want to do is fall here. And what this will do Let's bring us out to the other side. We could have taken the stairs, but it would take longer. What you want to do is go through here. I'm also going to demonstrate the bombless route for this on this first go. You can block these with shield or sword. Only in the featherless route do you have to go in this room. Doot. So that's that. I'll throw this in a hole because we want it to despawn. We do need to wait for the last bit of its thing to finish. No cheating? Nope, we are demonstrating how to do this normally first. So a quick save and quit on the featherless route. Because we need the ball to reset. Don't tell her, she's been cheating all day. I have been cheating all day. It's been kind of the point of it. Oop. Hello. So give this a tug, and how you get this to where you need it elsewise is down there. I say down there. You need to make sure it doesn't bounce too high. So then go through here. Just out of habit. Pop around here. You do need to do a corner walk. You can throw this to make sure it's safe. Picking it up on the spike sucks, but you can do it. Toss it down there. Alright, so that's where that needs to be. From there, go around here. Whew. 2-hour feather, yep. Take this guy out, he's got a bit, but this is just do it on the way to the room. Got a map. Stop and pick this up. Quite sure this 2.5 hours has just been explaining D7. It's gotta say, we're gonna be here for at least another 15 minutes, trust me. So grab this from up here. It's your 50 rupees, very nice. This check is annoying to get. You need to swap and fall. It's not that bad. You can do it just in here. Alright, so I'm going to demonstrate both methods for this. Number one is this way. So you do a sideways block push by being clipped into the block. And then, what you do to finish the featherless route here, toss that across, and then do the opposite sideways block push. And congratulations, that is featherless bombless. And even if you have bombs to do that wall, I would still recommend you do the bombless method of putting the fourth mall, or doing the fourth pillar, because it is nicer. That said, you do have to fall out to finish it. And from there, all of the routing is going to be the same. So let's reload and do our first feathered route. Well, sorry, one thing is not going to be the same, and that is getting a couple of your extra checks. Those are done by this. Feather route starts with that. You do a very low super jump off of the bit. Then hit this. And if I can get it, do a super jump there. That lets you skip the key, and you will enter this room, able to open this chest perfectly fine. No need to boomerang the cross, which you could do elsewise. Now, notably, that peg is up for coming down this way, so you do need an extra key to do this completely featherless vanilla. But you can hit the switch and return to the main area using the teleporter to have this down when you enter the first staircase. So it is always doable without anything. From there, drop down here. And grab our stick, it's lovely. Oop. That crispy BizHawk audio, everyone's favorite. Pop up here. We do need to make sure we get all of the checks this time around, because I did load a save state. They're unchecked. Rude. Alright, here's the bomb trigger method for the towers. So with the bomb trigger method, just get rid of that guy, because he's in the slot you need. Hop down here, grab your bombs, and... I was very confident for doing that without buffering. Ta-da! You do need to do this tower first, and then generally this one. And then, whoop. Make sure you drop the bomb before you transition. Boop. And we can do a good old super jump. And then you can bomb your way into there. I forgot I do need to get the 3 of a kind up here. But remember, you can do that super jump. Cheating, yes. Because we do need this tail key nightmare. Whoop. So hop down here. Oop. Right, we wanted to bomb trigger this. Oh dear. So because we've loaded this room, I have created an error. You can bomb trigger that normally, but because I entered this room, I have to deal with these guys, I think it is, which I don't think I can. Yep, I have put something into slot 1. I need to reload the room. Pretend it's dead. So this chest, like I mentioned, you want to hit and fall, generally on that route. But you can also, if you have Feather, because Feather breaks everything, and this is, again, why it's illegal. Just slide a little bit into there. I think this was a strategy that I invented for the route in here. I loaded the save state because I held my controller too tight. Odron, laugh at me. Yep. This is what I get for cheating. I'm going to try to do this as fast as possible then, and actually get the tower done correctly. In terms of recovering it, just save and exit. You can grab that first. It is less fast than going down here, just in terms of getting all your checks done in a straight line. Gonna say, I should have made it opposite triggers for the save and load. Also, save states are very illegal during Archipelago play. Do not use them. We will have to kill you. We will send an assassin to your house. This is for demonstration purposes only.
Canadian assassin or American assassin?
It'll be a Canadian assassin, so he'll say sorry first.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta be polite about it. So pause buffering is the easiest way to do these. You can also use the holes. So, like, you don't have to do the screen transition. You can use the holes. So it will fall in the hole, and then you can do it like that. Some people prefer it. There is a fanciness for actually using the bomb trigger to detonate the wall in this room at the same time. I do not know the nuances of it. Just because I don't know the nuances of it. You'd have to ask. Yeah. But yeah, there are individuals I've watched in races. They basically manage to, like, put the bomb here and then use this hole for the bomb trigger and manage to basically get it, using the same explosion that they're doing for the door. So you can get the door at the same time. If you can manage to do that, good on you. I don't technically know how to do it. It is slightly beyond my skill level. I'll demonstrate a naked super jump here. So I've mentioned super jumps with swords. You can do them without, but you do need to be facing in the direction. That's going to be important for very shortly when I demonstrate something in about 30 seconds. Okay, it'll be a little longer than 30 seconds, but I will be demonstrating multiple ways of getting through this next area without the nightmare key. Because you will notice if you check my my tracker, I do not have the nightmare key for this dungeon. I do not need it. You will notice I have not needed any keys since we have been doing the feather route. Yes, I will show off a Goomba Surf. I will show all three major, well, two of the three major methods. The last one is just use the key. Dude. Goes the next 30 minutes. It's fine. I'll get Goomba Surf like second try. So, we're gonna make a save state right here, because this is where I'm gonna next need to demonstrate stuff. The hardest trick in glitch logic. Yes, this is only a glitched logic trick. It is not a hell logic trick, because it is very speedrun viable. We're just going to deal with this real quickly so I can grab the checks as I normally would. Let's just pop back here, grab them. Do 20 groups. Alright, so we are going to show off. So we'll get a quick save. So you need to be 1 pixel clipped into the wall for this. So I am 1 pixel. How you can tell? You can line up Link's hat with the bit there. So if it's covering it, you know you're good. But also, if the black of your back foot is lined up with the wall, this black line, that is how you know it. And that is the 1 pixel. So that corner's got to be right next to that other one. And this is why I chose to use this sprite. I'm going to put the boots on because we might need them. But I think I screwed that up already. Very minute jumps are the easiest way. So just like a light tap of the key. So now that I'm in the wall, I can jump and push on the wall at the same time. And that's Goomba Surf. That only works if the Goomba does the RNG the correct way and lets you do it. Because you need to bounce off the Goomba and get into the wall. Yeah, holy first try, yes. I told you I'd get it in like 2 tries. And actually, because I got Goomba Surf first try, I don't need the save state anymore.
That's like getting a double jump that's not intended, right?
Basically. And that is the other method. That is a P-hat skip. I will show it off again because I did it really quickly, because you need to. So you clip into this wall, super jump out, hit the P-hat, and that will land you on the pegs, and once you are on the pegs, you are on the upper level to be able to keep going on them. The major difference of which one of those you'd want to use largely depends on your items. If you do not have hookshot, the only way you get to the boss is with Goomba Surf. So you need to Goomba Surf if you do not have hookshot. I do, so I can afford to use the P-hat skip, and I find the P-hat skip, it's about 10 seconds slower in a speedrun if you don't get good Goomba RNG, but it is consistently more consistent. Because the Goomba Surf drops you up here, versus having to hookshot across this block here. That said, either way, you are just allowed to go into the boss. And now, my favorite trick, real fake floors. So when you enter this boss, and I'm really hoping I have fake floors, I should. If I don't, I will save and quit to try to get them. Just to show them off. So, nope, I have real floors. They are real floors, so we are going to save and quit. Just so I can demonstrate this. And we can teleport here. I'm not going to try to Goomba Surf again. Because, yeah, Goomba RNG. Oh, well, that was actually pretty decent Goomba RNG again. One is not 2 tries, how could I lie? I don't know, because it's Goomba Surf, and it could have taken me like 30. Also, I've been doing it, but I haven't explained it, but Bookshot. If you hear the jump sound when I hookshot... Oops. That is me doing a Bookshot. I totally forgot there were bricks there. And it makes me go faster on the hookshot. It's not necessary for most places, it's just a little bit faster. But it is used for one trick. Alright, I'm actually going to show... If you screw up the P-hat skip and have hookshot, there's another way you can do this. So you can hookshot this pot, and that will clip you into the top wall to jump from the top. Recovery strats. I know them. Alright.
Just so you can teach other people them, though, right?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That wasn't me getting shot by accident. I'm gonna save state here really quickly, just to try to save some effort. So, okay, real fake floors. Floor's fake, which means you hit them, and if you have anything that hurts him, you can just hit him from down here. He will never respawn. Congratulations, you've beaten Evil Eagle. It's great. Angler key, excellent. We knew that was here. Alright, but let's load the save. Let's say you have real floors. Well, you can do the very traditional way of fighting this guy, or you can drop off and grab your bombs. Because now, this will create a solid floor, which means that the bombs can be placed. 1, 2. I think it's a 1-2 time. Nope. The timing's a little weird. It's kind of annoying. 1, 2. 1, 2. Come on. 1, 2. There we go. 1, 2. As long as you're at the bottom of the ladder, he will always come there. And it is 3 bombs to kill him. And then in terms of it, because I know someone's going to ask for killing him vanilla. So you can still hit him with hookshot from up here. Get your shield out. You can also do it with rod, it's a lot easier. I recommend hookshot. Sword will do more damage in this case, but it requires a lot more equip swapping, so because of the equip time. But this can be blocked with level 1 shield. You do not need level 2 shield. Anyone who thinks so just has never played non-vanilla. Because they give you level 2 shield in this dungeon. But that is pretty much all I can say about... I'm actually going to just finish him that way. That is about all I can say concerning D7. That is pretty much every major route with pretty much every major item. You can obviously do some mild swapping, so if you don't have Feather but do have, what do you call it, bombs, you can bomb trigger the towers still, even on the Featherless route. You can handle the boss with Magic Rod, but that's not a huge difference compared to Hookshot, other than less hits. That is D7, my favorite dungeon because of just how versatile and how little you actually need for it. The more cheaty stuff you have, the easier it is. That said, I promised I was going to teach how to get out of here without falling into the hole. So if you go here, enter the save and quit menu, you now get control in the air, and you do not have to go down. That also said, there's not much reason for us to stay up here. Most of our stuff is in logic now. We can go finish D1. So I'm going to go do that quickly. I'm also going to show off the one major super jump you do in D1. If you have Feather. Because now that we have Feather, we can show off the fancy stuff. We also have every dungeon key, so we are pretty much in go mode. The only thing that would be nice would be Rod, and we're going to have to find it on the way to stuff, because if we're going to show the full route for D8. But other than, it's only really used for one check. We can, with level 2 sword, beat the boss that you think would require it. So, like I said, I would demonstrate the super jump over here. So what you want to do, if that key block was still there, you can just super jump off this wall, and it will get you on the other side of the key jump. And to get back without using a key, you just jump in the corner there, and go. And then normally, if you're doing your routing properly, you super jump there too, just to skip over those few blocks. And then, yeah, good old Moldorm. With level 2 sword, you can kill him in one spin attack shot. Some people recommend it. If not, he is the worst boss because he can knock you into this fun area. But if you ever get knocked in, hold the jump button, and you will jump back out there without having to go through the area. So if you do have a rough time with him, that is an easy way to get back into the fight without needing to go through two 2D sections. So, alright, chat, do you want to see D4 or D6 next for routing? Because in terms of it, if I was in a position of not needing every instrument, I would be doing D4 next. And even, yeah, Day Degrees will do D4. So D4 is one of the easier ones, and I'm going to show you a special trick to open the key block. I have done many a trick to open this key block, and it's lovely. Jumping the cross is fun, yep. So D4 is one of the few dungeons you kind of need Feather for. And I'm also going to demonstrate a super jump that is interesting. So this is changed for Rando. So this room is laid out differently. Normally there'd be a pit, but to prevent you from getting soft locked in case you don't have Feather, yeah. And you can do some super jumps off those walls. I should redo that and actually demonstrate it properly. You saw me doing it quickly, but I will explain it step by step. So, because it is a left wall, we can take advantage. Look right, but only press right. If you press any diagonals, you've screwed up the trick already. Take your sword out, back into the wall. Jump, other direction to super jump. Let go of the spin attack. Cross over again, go up, and you've got to clip into this. Come around, super jump again. Same deal. Walking back and jumping across. Quick succession, you can get it done, but you cannot press any diagonal inputs because you will ruin your 0 input. Also, notice that dropped me in the water because, well, you know, normally you couldn't do that backwards. But, no need. We can unlock things with our butt. And that is my favorite way to do that. Now, normally, this would lead to a wrong warp. That has been fixed for Randomizer, so you can just walk in, but the staircase is fake. So, D4 routing. First things first, shield these two guys. This is one of the only checks that requires shield, the other one being in D1, but you do need to defeat the enemies in both these rooms, and there are no holes to take advantage of other shenanigans. Bottled Grotto Key, we really needed that, so that's good.
But shenanigans are fun.
Shenanigans are fun. Except for the shenanigans to knock those guys out without sword, or without shield. Save and quit from that room. There is no reason to do it otherwise. I don't think I should need a save state, because this isn't a checks or anything with permanent flags. So, you can go around here. If you ever find D4 randomly, there's always the 2 available checks just for walking in, which are very useful to have. These have more than once been very pivotal items for me, so if you find D4, always make sure you get these. If that's all you can do, save and quit from here, and enjoy it later. So here, I'm going to do the bootsless method first, or I'll show... So what you can do is you can diagonally jump around here. It's very rough and not particularly fun. If you can avoid it, or if you have boots, it makes it a lot nicer. You can go... Oh, shit! Pardon my language. I squeezed the controller too tight again. Stop squeezing the controller too tightly. I'm working on it! I was gonna say, my right trigger is a little sensitive. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna take advantage of this and actually show good routing from D7 to D4. So if you've got Angler Key, which we do, we got it from this dungeon, and we have everything we need to do D4, controller takes revenge for being squeezed too much. Yeah. So your ideal routing for doing mountain stuff, you either finish D7 and go straight to D8, because you, as I've mentioned, you can bomb trigger in, or if you can't get into D8 for whatever reason, but can do D4, jumping down here will lead you straight to D4. That said, you do have to swim, and you don't get to do the cool super jump method, because it would take too long. I was gonna say, and what I'm gonna quickly do, I'm going to change the hotkey for the load, just to make sure that that doesn't happen again. We're gonna change it to the left shoulder button, which requires a little bit more of a press. There we go. Let's make sure that doesn't happen again, shall we? I'm also gonna take the hotkeys off when I'm done. I was gonna say, ribbon was in this check, so we will have to do it again real quick. My apologies. I did some mild quality of life stuff to show off different methods.
It happens.
It does.
During races.
Yep. We need that bottle grotto key, and this ribbon might still be important. Also, people might have noticed when I went to trade the honeycomb in that there is a difference between archipelago and normal, and that is that normal, you can see what those checks are. Also, there's bombs here if you ever need a refill. Normal, you can now see what item is in the tree and which one is at the various trade location items. That is not implemented in archipelago, so you are just required to hope that it's an item you need sometimes. Doot. So swing around here, grab this again.
Oh, we'll be right back shortly.
Alright, Odron will be back. In the meantime, this is the main way you want to do it, is just boots jump across. And the boots jump makes it easier to do the corner jumps because you do get more momentum. So it's a lot easier to manage it. This is also something you can do with a Jesus jump. So what you would do for a Jesus jump normally is jump, and you can see that I hit the water. Once you see the splash animation, when you're coming out of the pause, hold your feather button, and that will allow you to immediately jump and do what is known as the Jesus jump. I cannot demonstrate it because I got flippers too early, and I'm not playing the right emulator to be able to disable my flippers without some crazy hex editing. Yes. Featherless. This sucks. The upwards one is always the worst, but you can save yourself with hookshot, as I've mentioned before. It is just the same input every time. Just bomb our way through here. You can also swim at this and do the same sort of sideways block push that I demonstrated before. Don't think you'd be able to do it with... Yeah, because I destroyed the block, we won't be able to do it. But you can sideways block push that in order to get past it without, well, any issues. If you don't have bombs, you can still get that chest. You grab those, and then proceed to the rest of the dungeon. This is a very linear dungeon for a lot of reasons. It is one where this is the only key you actually need. Every other key is skippable through one means or another. As noted, doing the triangle jumps. If you have the requisite keys, which I do not, you can go through the main section to at least get to that check before the triangle jump area, but because you need feather regardless, there is never a reason to do it unless you absolutely have to. Now you can grab this with hookshot, which is the necklace. However, if you are playing Archipelago and that item is one for your ally, you do have to go get it from down here. That also said, even though I picked that up with Hookshot, it still showed up down here. So if it's something like, say, a seashell, or even like your level 1 shield or level 1 sword, you can end up doubling up on the upgrades and immediately going to max. I'm not going to grab second necklace, because who knows what second necklace is going to do. You can Jesus jump through a transition here in order to go through this without flippers, but if you have flippers, you can just do this entire section backwards. So there's never much need to go to the mini-boss, unless you just want to fight him because it's funny. This pattern's always random. You don't need to memorize it, because we are going to skip, or I'm going to show you how to skip the area to get through it. Though, that is, there may be opportunities where you need it. You can jump back through here. I know Batman, I think, prefers this route here, where you go this way, and hop down here for this chest. I prefer to go the other way, because I'll grab... I think he tends to grab this chest before. The routing specifically for these two chests is rough. You either need to backtrack or backtrack. There's not much choice. And you'll notice I've gotten pretty much everything in this dungeon with one exception. And that is that check there. So the main way is to remember the pattern and go through the 2D section, which I will do shortly, or at least I'll go into the 2D section. But you can lift these, wait till the P-hat's about halfway up, and then do another P-hat skip. Ta-da! This 2D section in here, I think you can do it with just boots if you absolutely have to, but you kind of need Feather to get into this section at all, because actually doing this either requires flippers or Feather. And even then, Feather and boots, unless you get, like, the best pattern. Also, sometimes it doesn't work, and I hate everything about it. But you can bait him. And then, for this one, I think you can do him with boots, but like I said, I don't think you can get... Yeah, no, you have to have Feather, so... There's not much reason to learn other routes for this. You can run across it, but it doesn't help. This is a 2D section you won't see very often, because most of the time you'll have everything. The only exception would be like if you don't have Sword to jump off the P-hat. There are other ways to do that, other tricks to do that. But let's talk about this boss. Number 1, we're going to talk about quick falling in water. So if you clip into a wall, you quick fall. And I generally recommend getting that first spin out. You can just kill him with spamming. The quickest fast kill is 1-2 after the spin attack. Even if you have level 1 sword. You can also, though...
There you go, using those cheaty bombs again.
Yep, you can drop a bomb when he's first falling. The bomb falls at the same speed as he does, so you can just get cheeky hits on him like that, if you really have to. But the bomb arrows method is just fastest, or just spam him. We've had many discussions on whether this guy is even actually a boss, because he's that easy. Alright. So that's that. I am going to show everyone something illegal, though, after I pick up this instrument. So, you will likely see some runners, when they are on their own, do a trick called a super swim. It is a very, very illegal trick for no woob. It is out in no stew, which is system transition wrong warp. But system transitions are a long, complicated road I don't want to get into. But you can, if you ever see someone do this, I'm just going to show how to do it. We're going to save and quit real quick. If you are in the water, like actual deep water, and you go into... I'm going to get rid of this guy just to be safe. And you input a super jump, you'll hear me jump, and then I no longer clip into stuff. So even though I'm technically not going out of bounds because, well, no, this would be an out of bounds. You can't get here normally. So I am already cheating. I can walk through anything. I can just casually. The way to end this state is to jump. But if you go down, you soft lock the game.
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, you can do that outside as well. If anyone is caught doing that during the race, you will be immediately disqualified. Like, immediately. I'm showing off.
It's not really accidental thing.
Yeah. If you hear the jump sound while you're in the water, because you're screwing around with your controller, and you see that you've done that, jump and end it before you get banned. Like, because that is the fastest way to immediately, like, they cheated, kick them out of the race. I'll be demonstrating a couple of the other kind of common ones that can end up happening. There's been routing talks on Archipelago about certain things that are very much out of bounds, but people are like, oh, I found out how to do this way, and it's like, because they're breaking the out of bounds rules. It's only cheating if you feel bad about it, yes. Just don't get caught, it's fine. It's not that most races are going to be recorded and watched for things. No, no! No one saw that. Worst boss. Alright. We just came back to pick this up. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna be able to demonstrate Key Cavern stuff at this point, so I think I'm gonna go Key Cavern directly next instead of D6, just because I do want to show a routing trick. Worst boss, you thought it was Slimeal? It normally is Slimeal, but most people would say Moldorm. He's a meanie, with a lot of random iframes. Or Cornerless Genie, yes, but you can't. There is no boss shuffle in AP, so there will never be Cornerless Genie. All right, so while I still have enough keys to show it off, we're gonna show off doing another Brock skip in D3, because this is another reason why you want nag messages on, because if you do not, then you are just basically leaving this trick on the table. Also, I'll give him the stick because I'm here. We gotta save him from himself sometimes, don't give him the stick. I was gonna say, I'll go over the names of locations at some point in probably like the 102 class, I'd say. With someone else there. So if they like do a hint, I can actually say which check it's asking for. Because that's probably going to be, I imagine, the next big thing people are curious about is, you know, when it says my loot is at Martha's Bay ledge check, which one is that? Another instance of unlocking things with our butt. Because it's fun. You just gotta clip into that a little bit and be looking up. So still in kind of triggers with the Goomba skip. You just gotta be pushing in and looking up. You can do it with a spin attack charged as well. Alright, so I'm gonna show a few things here. People know you can boots run into this guy, and if you have sword out, you're gonna get there anyway. The other methods are you can do this with hookshot, so you can pop up there. This is rough because he can be a bully and push you. Dude. That said, if you don't move, he can't push you. And then you can just walk by. And get Rod! If you do end up in a situation you can't kill him, just save and quit out. It is easier than anything else. You can just also boots run him raw. Because you will get there in time. You just gotta really control your movement to stay on path. But you can get him. But those are your options for that check. I don't know of any that require less. Routing in these rooms, though. So, if you have boots, you can take the left side. If you don't have boots, you have to take the right side. But you can deal with enemies in here. Grab this. And we're going to show off some tricks. So, pop our way through here. And I'm going to save state before most chests in here. So, you can jump over. You can also do this. So if I could get the trick right, and actually do my equips properly, start boots, jump, get your sword out, do a super jump input, bam. And voila. You can get to the other side of that. You can also push this, and if you have hook shot, there is a second way to get across that we will now have to do because I forgot and reloaded the room. You can just spam hookshot right here, and as you hit them, it should clip you in. That said, it didn't do it that time. There we go. You can clip into the other side here to go deal with this guy if you don't have boots. That said, the rest of the route here, the easy enough thing to do... Hey, frog song. We need that. Doot. Clear out this room real quick. Spin attack is normally easiest when you have that equipped. Grab dog food. So this room, another super jump. The opposite way is obviously take the top room. The top room is the one that has the peg to get those two checks without super jumping. You can also... I'm going to show one more way to get onto the blocks here. So if we get into this corner, spam our way in, we can do the same thing that I did to correct. So you'll notice I got one more pixel up, and then you can super jump from here. I've started using the boots method more, but that was the method I was using for a long time on how to get that chest without going to this door. Because otherwise, you gotta go in here, hit the switch. It's the only reason you need to hit that switch. If you are not playing Key Sanity, this room and the bottom room will always have a key in them. That said, we are on Key Sanity, so these could potentially have something. I can't imagine it being anything good. Just at this point in the game. We've got most of everything. We are still checking just to show routes. If you have four keys, don't do these, ever. If you have 4 keys, that is enough to technically get to the end with the myriad of tricks I'm about to show you. Doot. So this room in here, which is where you'd need your first key technically. And jump. Ta-da! Clear out this room real quick. Oop, piece of power. We're going to need that. So that's another reason you generally want to be killing enemies in D3. Because you want the piece of power. And I'm going to quick save just to make sure I don't lose it. So the routing you generally want, take these guys out. Do this. You will lose the piece of power for getting hit too many times. Oh, that's a key for here. Ah, crud. Alright, don't think I can do the trick I wanted to do now. No, I can still do the trick, I just need to make sure I waste a key. Okay. We don't have boomerang, but you can check this room using bow or boomerang. If you have boomerang, you can get the check here. You can also, if you don't have bombs, use it as a way to get through. So that's a key. You don't really need it. Compass for Tail Cave. Useless. So, this is a rough trick, and I'm going to show it off. But you can skip a key with the dongo skip. I also sometimes call it dong skip because it's fun. You've got to be fast with it, but you can jump and skip the first key block entirely. And by doing so, you can then super jump down here and grab this. You'll also notice that the blocks were removed. That is a rando exclusive thing if you've ever played this game vanilla. So that said, I would normally do this. I am going to save state again because we need to have one less key. Or we need to still waste our key. Okay. So, I mentioned before about compasses. If it's a chest room, You'll know it's a key if it makes a sound. So I should have been paying attention to that, but that's on me. It's been 3 hours, and I've been on the entire time. You can kill these guys with bombs. That is the only way for them to stay dead. If not, every time you reload this room, they will be back.
Well, that sounds rude.
It is very rude. I'm gonna save state in here because I don't know what that key is. It could still be a D2 key. It is a T2 key. But yes, so normally what you would do, you backtrack through these rooms. Again, we've skipped that just because we know it's a key and I need to demonstrate a trick. And you would normally do Dodongo skip again to skip past this key block, but because we got that extra key, we're using it there. In normal LADXR and mini-boss shuffle, these guys can be not Dodongos, and sometimes that trick isn't always doable, so sometimes you do need that key. But for Archipelago with no dungeon shuffling, or no mini-boss shuffling, you will never need it. That said, getting past this with a key is obvious. Getting past it without is fun. Just do the Brock skip. You gotta clip into the wall and go. Now you can ram this guy, or you can just jump from the bottom and bonk it. I'm also going to demonstrate the feather-only method, so you can do it without boots. You need to do this, pull back, go.
What?
Yeah, so there's a weird kind of quirk to walls. So basically, grabbing this wall, I can hold it and nothing will happen, but if I pull back, it wants to take me off of it, and it considers my momentum. So it considers that I'm going very fast the other direction, which then translates every time you hit spikes, you hit them with opposite momentum, because they want to push you back. So because I'm pressing in the backwards direction, and I hit those spikes from the wall, it bounces me back up into them, or onto the platform. So it's a very interesting trick to do if you need to get through here without boots. And this one without boots, you just jump from the spikes. I am not going to right now, just because my health is a little low. And then to drop down ladders like that, so if you hold down, you'll go down a ladder. If you tap it, you will sometimes basically miss the first block, and then they're not real in 2D sections. So, beep. Do ladders fast, kids. This room can be done without boots. It's just easiest with boots. I'm going to grab these hearts because I'm in a little bit of a rough position. And this room does have a check, so it is always worth at least checking here, even if you can't fight the boss yet, because sometimes this can be a useful item. That said, time to fight a mildly annoying boss. He doesn't have any cool tricks like the last couple I've shown off. He's just him. He is a sword-locked boss again. You can, though, take advantage of where he's going to fall, and if you have a level 2 sword, just kill him with a holdout. If not, you can also do it with a spin attack. But he's pretty easy to take care of. He will always try to drop on top of you, so you can take advantage of that fact after you hit him to just set up to let him deal with himself. That said, that was D3, which I could only demonstrate while I didn't have enough keys, so I am glad that I didn't find any more keys. Alright, so let's move on and discuss D6. D6 is most people's least favorite dungeon. With everything, it's one of my favorite dungeons. That said, it hard requires level 2 bracelet. I will show what you can do without level 2 bracelet in it, and say when we're at the stopping point, so that you have an idea of how bad it can be. That said, we do have about everything. I'm just going to show off a couple of the overworld checks that I did miss. So you can grab this. You can technically, like, pip buffer into the wall and do other things. It's a rooster check normally. This is a change for LADX R, where they've made it short. I think that's one of the only major overworld checks I haven't done yet, other than the last shovel check. Easiest way to D6 is this way. If you do not have flippers, there is a method of getting in using Jesus jumps, but I cannot Jesus jump so long as I have flippers. But you can jump from here. I will do the method and tell you what would happen. So basically, you want to jump down to about here, and you want to go until you see the splash animation. So you see it there, and notice I got pushed down, same as with when you fall in a pit. So I actually should be... No, I was going to say I was on the transition, but I'm not. But you get to the transition and you hold down, and it will drop you into, similarly to last time, because you do not have flippers, you have fallen off of a non-available area, and it will drop you right into here.
Interesting.
Yes. So you can get in here with Jesus jumps, I just can't show it off as fancy right now because we have it already. You can get over this area with just a simple diagonal, or not a diagonal jump. What's the one? You can get through here. Boots jump. So if you don't have flippers, you can boots jump past this. Just right there. And I say failing it, technically, because I hit the water. There we go. And then in here, you can hookshot it like normal, or just a simple corner jump will get it. So you can get in here with very little stuff that it seems to want to do. Also, this is one of the only key things I have to do with my face. Which makes it the worst one. Alright. So we'll pop into D6. I will make a save state just in case anything crazy happens, but we shouldn't need it. Walking into this room. Bomb. The timing is perfect to get them. So it's a very easy way to do that room quickly. So 50 rupees. So you can grab that. You can go up here. Pop around here. I will get this check the next time I'm coming through. So with this, you can hit this diagonally with Boomerang as well. But going right, you're going to need the bombs. So going right, bombs, this is generally the one you want to go first, because it is something of a dead end. And this room has a very interesting trick, if you watch my input display. So... ta-da!
Hold left and up the whole time?
Hold left and up the whole time. You don't need feather, you don't need anything, you can just walk through that room. I believe that is a hard logic trick. So grab the medicine. Alright, so this is where, if you didn't have level 2 bracelet, you would want to save and quit back to the beginning of the dungeon just to redo everything you've done so far. But, if you've got it, you can walk through here for easier routing. And then when you get to this room again in the normal routing, you just miss that entirely, because it's not my day. This is a door that can be opened by throwing a brick into it, so get in there, grab this. Hooray, it's a small key. I am not going to use any small keys in this dungeon with my normal routing. I will try to show alternate routing, but this is a dungeon that I kind of have hit the point of only remembering it glitched.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Because this is a dungeon with a lot of stairs. Like, this left side is done relatively glitchless. Bomb arrows make this easiest. Just because annoying. Rude. Ta-da! Seashell.
So wait, when you place a bomb, it won't hurt you, but if you're next to a bomb arrow explosion, it'll hurt you?
No. I got hit by the Wizrobe. The Wizrobe attacked at the same frame that I was, attacking it.
Okay.
Yeah. It happens. They're a very troublesome enemy to deal with. Also, you only get a heart refill if the piece of heart was the 4th one. So grab these bombs.
That makes sense.
And then in your normal routing, this is the last check you can get without level 2 bracelet. You can go to the right and activate the mini-boss from the main set, and I will show doing that, but it's not necessary if you know the appropriate glitches. Most of which I've shown you already. That's basically just super jumps. Dude. So we'll pop through here. This is the first check, or 2 checks mandatory of level 2 bracelet, so you do have to come around here and lift one of these, because this is a throw into it wall. And we are never going to touch those horse heads. Yay! Look, we found him. He's a good boy. He doesn't do anything. Gonna leave. Alright. So rather than ever leaving this room, if you save and quit, it takes you to the other entrance. So you will never, if you're ever in that room, do not use the horse heads unless somehow you've missed a check or magically ended up on that platform, because you never need to do anything. So going right, there are multiple paths. You will always have to deal with this room. So this is generally what I say. If you're going to have to visit this dungeon more than once, fight the mini-boss. And I'm going to fight the mini-boss anyway, because it's kind of important for routing. So if you're... I'm going to save here. So if you have everything, we're going to do the glitched method first, because I'm going to need to remember less of it. Go there. You can poke your sword out and get all 4 of them in one go. It's a very good way to do that room. If you have red tunic, it's a little rough. You can super jump off of there to get over that. And ta-da, get this check. Easiest way to do that. And then from here, this room, we go all the way up here. Grab this check. And then we super jump out of the ravine, because we walk onto the legal tiles. And then we get the chest here.
What?
What's confusing? It's fine.
You opened it by throwing a pot into it?
Yes, that is vanilla. It's a lock. It's like a stuck lock chest, and you have to throw a brick at it.
Okay.
So that is an example of a sliding super jump. So basically, I'll do a few of them in this dungeon, but I'll demonstrate it again. So push into this wall, so you're still looking that way. So while I'm still looking that way, I can go back while still looking that way, and now I am clipped in there and can super jump with a naked super jump. So just jump and then swap directions to the other way. This super jump is one of the most precise in the game, so you want to be about see that moving bit just above Link's head right now? That line of animation? You need to be within about 3 pixels of that. Walk back into the wall, jump, and at the very peak, you can jump up here. And that is how you skip basically the rest of this dungeon. We just walk. Another room where... Oh, I said I would demonstrate Pole's voice arrows. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 4 per Pole's voice. It's never worth it to use arrows.
Yeah, it's so sad.
Yes. Only Marin's song will deal with the Pole's voices. If you do song 3, which is the only one that doesn't teleport you, it will not get rid of them. Also, these dudes you can get rid of with Boomerang and get fairies, but we still don't have Boomerang. Which is disappointing, because I wanted to use it for talking about a boss. So grab a key. These ones you do want to do. And if you couldn't super jump, that switch is one to hit. You can hit it with an easy jump to swap things over. We don't need it, but I will talk about it when we are doing kind of the more normal route of the dungeon here. The more vanilla route.
Or at least as much of it as you can remember.
Yes, at least as much of it as I can remember. Because we are doing we are currently in the position of doing most of this section backwards. Also, I don't think we've gotten anything important in here other than, like, shells, so there's not a lot of reason to, like, redo these checks if I'm, like, able to skip them. Welcome to the Horsehead Room, you always have to do it. Actually, you don't always have to do it. Technically, there is a route. If you only have to go straight to the boss, you can avoid that room. Because if you only have to go straight to the boss, you should do a different method. This is another good old wait room, but there is a check in it, so we'll do the other method I like, which is just hold your shield up. And you will notice some of these break really far away from me, because the shield hitbox is crazy, and these things barely work.
For people trying to get into this, what are the, like, 2 or 3 tricks they should try to learn to really have a better time?
I would learn super jumps. I would learn bomb triggers. And I would learn, like... Honestly, with just those 2, you're pretty fine. If you have to pick a third one, Jesus jumps. because those 3 tricks will break most of this game open, and you'll have a really fun time just learning the different ways you can incorporate them into different things and try to learn stuff. Like, there's actually a clip of me from my stream last week. I'm going to load the save state, though, so we can show the other method. There is a clip of me last week opening D4 without flippers, but still using the water method via Jesus jumping and then super jumping off of the keyhole.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's lovely. Because, like, yeah, if you learn those 3 tricks, they mix and match in such a way that you can do pretty much anything. From there, maybe try to learn some hard-load tricks. So we deal with him. This will give us access. You can get to him without the level 2 bracelet. So if you ever need to come back, get that, because if you can just beeline the boss, you can use this staircase with the one key required to go here. You can even technically do this without feather. You can do it with just falling off. And that leads you straight to this room to go straight to the boss. So, that said, the vanilla method is technically going through here with a lot of keys and going through the quote-unquote regular way. So you do need more keys to go this way. That said, you do want to go this way first because of the switch you're going to need to hit. Now, this is one of those things you're never going to... If you know the glitches, you're never going to use this route. Because it requires pretty much everything you would need access to. Also here, Song 3, not dealing with them. Everything required to do the vanilla route is required for the cheat route. So, if you know the cheats, you're never going to have to use them. Or use this route. Like, the only bit would be if you were playing something where those tricks were illegal, or you're fairly new to the game and don't know how to do a super jump yet. That said, the time that you lose for doing this is going to pretty much kill your time. So I would recommend, if you're going to learn any dungeon glitch, to learn D6. Because it is the biggest one in terms of taking it from a long, confusing mess to mildly tolerable. Because we do have all 3 keys for me to demonstrate this route, but it's neither faster nor anything. And I'm 90% sure required... No, it didn't require... No, yeah, because we can get through the 2D section without feather, which means we can get to the boss without feather. But, yeah, it's not great. And then you end up in this room, go across, do this the correct quote-unquote way. And then, yeah, finish the backwards route. This... Yeah, it requires all 3 keys to do properly, and every item required for it will get you through the normal way. So it's only if you somehow have all 3 keys and no feather that you would even start considering that route. And even then, there are checks you're not going to be able to get. So, like, this check here requires feather both ways. So you'll never generally be doing it this way. Because to do this the vanilla way, as you saw, we got the switch. And then you gotta jump down here and across, which requires feather anyway. And if you have feather... I guess there'd be an argument to make if you didn't have sword as well. But it's a really hard argument to make. That said, if you have to fight the mini-boss, at least you get the shortcut to go and... Whoop. You can skip past the tile room, so you don't have to do the tile room again if you have to come back, and then you can just go this way. So mini-boss only if you have to double-dip this dungeon, and only if you really think you need it. Because the extra time it takes to even just go to the mini-boss again is pretty ridiculous. Did I get the check in here? It wasn't anything important, was it?
I don't think it was anything important.
I think I got it with shield. Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Not important. I don't have compass, so it wouldn't tell me if there's anything in there. This dude, you can also take him out with a bomb placed here. If I got the timing right, which I didn't. When you first come into the room, you can get him really quickly, but you can also just poke him off. You do prefer to have the bombs equipped in here. So, let's talk about Facade. His hitbox exists before he does. Three hits before he even starts. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And we're good. There he goes talking too much again. Yep. Oh, and there's that boomerang I was talking about. Alright. That said, I'm gonna show off a trick. This will get you swag points. Oh no, I got the side wang! I have disgraced my family.
Does that mean you lose swag points?
No, the side wang is still acceptable. It's just, you know, you've disgraced your family. So I don't have all 5 keys for D2. In the case that I am missing the Nightmare key for D8. My normal routing path is finish overworld checks at this point. I'm sitting with like 6 trade items in my inventory, and I'm fairly close to most of them. So we're going to do those, because I do not... If D2 is not in go mode, I generally have to do all of the checks in it. It's an easy dungeon to get to, but if you're in something like Dungeon Shuffle, and D2 is now somewhere else, it is a dungeon you do not want to have to return to. So generally, only when you have 5 keys. And in terms of it, the only thing we're missing is the D8 Nightmare key.
And how many instruments did you say the AP race is going to require?
The AP races are likely going to require between 4 and 6. Now, there is plans so far. The rough idea is going to be 6 is kind of the average, but we might go as low as 4 just to make seeds slightly faster for the FFR side. And then, so the 4 kind of planned races are one that is 4 instrument any, one that is 6 instrument any, one that is seashells, so requiring collection all 20 seashells, and then one that is 4 specific instruments that will be determined by the by basically the admin team, because 4 specific instruments is not currently available on AP. So that is the 4 planned races, if we have as many racers as it looks like we have. We might need some more FFR runners or something. It might only be 3 rounds, but it's likely to be a proper 4 rounds with progressive difficulty. Which I'm looking forward to.
Where can people find info about this?
You can go to the Final Fantasy Randomizer community. We will start talking about it shortly. This is the 101 class for teaching you to play LADX in it. I'm going to briefly show a super jump trick that I mentioned way earlier in the run.
I just figured there's some dead time there that could be filled in with some random stuff.
Yes. The actual plan for this race announcement is going to be sometime August, September, so there's still a month to prep and such. Announcements will be done by the FFR admin staff when we are finally ready. But yes, you can super jump up here to get that check. If you have boots, you can go just backwards this way. It's very nice. And I did it with a naked super jump because I could. Naked super jumps are a learned skill. They are something that took me a long time to do. But once you get the hang of them, they are pivotal for trying to do stuff you don't think you could normally do. So we'll just cash in some of our trade items, just to make sure that the D8 Nightmare key isn't there. We will do the only check that hard requires the song, because like I said, this dude can't be bomb triggered. Come on. And then I think we're going to be going to D8 specifically, just because we lack that D2 key. There are more checks to do in D8, and it will work better for our routing. Or we'll find the D8 Nightmare key right there. Alright. So, I don't think people need me to show them where other trade items go. ribbon to the tiny Bow Wow in the house, dog food to the dude down on the beach. And this is why I say overworld checks are generally my preferred routing, especially if I cannot full clear a dungeon by going to it. You now all know.
Does the guy on the beach eat the dog food?
He does eat the dog food, but he is an alligator, so we don't question it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, are you gonna question an alligator?
Yes. I'm from Florida.
I mean, he's an alligator that sells bananas. Maybe he's also from Florida. He is hysterical. Alright, so we're gonna go up the mountain one last time. I'm gonna try one last time as well, just to show off this trick if I can. So, yeah, no, it's rough. You've got to hit that block just as it's landing to get in it properly, and then it's terrible. Do it. Try it if you're in BK mode. Don't try it otherwise. It's horrible. That was half of the point of this, is like things to do when you're in BK mode, like clipping through rocks. Also, you can do Papal normally, or you can use the power of explosives to yeet him a pineapple. This only works if you have the pineapple, unlike the fishing hook one. So you do need the pineapple. He will just call you a cold hombre otherwise, which, yeah, I am sometimes. Oh hey, that bottled grotto key I was gonna need anyway. Well, this is just very convenient for my routing purposes. So we'll show off D8. I do believe we did show off most of D2 in terms of the normal routing. It doesn't require a lot of crazy stuff, but when it comes to your keys, it's a rough time. I'm going to show how to skip Marin here, if I could do my hook shot. So we're going to have our boots ready. So we're going to start running. So she's here if you complete D7. She's afraid of heights. We just jump past her. It's fine. She'll be fine. She'll get down on her own. She got up there. She'll get down.
She's afraid of heights. Why is she up there?
Yeah, I don't know. Shh. She'll be fine.
Okay.
She'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright. I'm gonna talk a little bit about D8's boss. I did bomb trigger him the first time and walk right through him, and I didn't talk much about it because it was out of logic and I was more thinking about out of logic problems. But I will talk a little bit about actually getting into D8 and the various ways you can do it. So, oh, I should also talk more about this. I did the boots method last time we came in here, but you can also just jump right by this with a couple of well-timed jumps.
Ooh.
Yep. So it's rougher to do it that way. Ideally, you want something like Blue Tunic. You can jump by it, you can run by it. There's a tactic that uses shovel to do it. I'm not entirely sure about it. Like, the shovel gives you enough iframes to just keep walking. I've never done that one. So...
Do you know how many hearts?
This does 3 hearts to you every time you get hit. You will not necessarily get hit as many times as I just did, because I was very rough there. But if it does 3 damage per hit, it does. And even in the running method, it can get 2 hits on you. So it can do a lot of damage. But that said, the vanilla method of the only thing that the level 2 shield is required of is boring, so we never do it. So I'm going to save state here real quick. So if that dude shot an arrow, you cannot bomb trigger this, unless you go into that hut, so that's why you generally kill him first. But a quick bomb trigger, same as the others. And Turtle Rock does not have a hitbox when he's first spawning in, so you can just walk right through him to get in. That works even if you are using Song 3. You can Song 3 and just walk right through him. If, for whatever reason, you have to fight him, say you're playing normal LADXR for bingo purposes and he's on the board as you have to get rid of him, If you do the bomb trigger method, he only has 1 health, but he does not count as dead if you kill him. For reasons. The game does not register him as being defeated. So D8 routing, I generally go here first. So I pop up there, do my bomb to save a little bit of time, grab this, and then... Hey, look at that. Who needs keys? We'll just super jump into the back. And D8 routing is another one of those weird ones where the moment you know stuff, you'll never run it the same way again. So you can... The rooms throughout here all have bombable walls, and I'll actually light this room up so you can see it. In this room, at least. So you can see the difference in the wall texture right here. It's a bombable wall, and you can see all of these bombable walls from these sides, but not on the others. But they still exist on the other. That said, once you can super jump, you don't do that. You just do this. So you can go up here, and we can skip this key, even though we have enough keys. So what you want to do, and I generally use the white part of Link's hat to line up this trick, because it is a very rough trick. So you see the kind of diagonal line on that block. It's very hard to see in the dark, but you can see it. I want that line to be lined up with the white shine on Link's hat. So it's currently right where I want it to be. And then I jump towards this edge. And then, most people will do is coming out of a pause. Bookshot, right through. No key needed. You are moving so fast, the key block cannot register that you are there fast enough. And I'm also going to demonstrate another thing that will get you banned for out of bounds. So, remember that bit about top walls and right walls?
Yeah.
Cool. This is an out of bounds tile, even though it looks like you should be able to be here.
Oh.
So if you jump there, yes, you would be able to go to here and, oh hey, skip the boss entirely. You would be out of bounds and you will be banned. The last major LADX race that happened that was no woob, people kept doing that to for swag points, like they'd jump onto the thing and then jump back in, and we had to start giving them penalties. Just for showing off, because they were still jumping down to the left side, so they weren't using it for advantage, but we did have to crack down on it. Blano is rough to fight. Spin attacks and jumps are the easiest way. He's another sword-locked boss, so you do need sword to fight him. And then we can grab this. Now, you cannot go back this way if you do not have the requisite keys, because that key block will stop you from moving in any direction, and not even a Brock clip can get you through because you are locked basically in the tile with it. So if you need to get out of here, you can either use the teleporter or just a quick save and quit, whichever you feel more comfortable with. I generally do a save and quit, but, wanted to just demonstrate some stuff for there. And if we go across here, if you have the keys, you can technically do that key block, but it's never necessary. Oop. Come on. Oop. Dodge around. So, there's a few ways through here. If you have flippers and feather, you can do this. And just swim in lava. Just casual, Just a toasty bath.
It's just boiling chocolate.
Yeah, it's just... I will become fondue pot. That said, you can still... This is the one area I can show off Jesus jumps, because due to normal logic of stuff, you cannot swim in lava. So it still gives me the opportunity to not be swimming. So I can demonstrate a couple of Jesus jumps there. I will do one later. But the other method to go through if you do not have flippers, but still have your feather, you can go this way, and just push your way through, and super jump off that wall, because similarly to the pit buffer, and I'll show it off here a little bit, you generally don't want to be doing this, you can do it a little bit later, but you'll see the splash animation, and it will be every time, and every time, much like a hole, it's knocking me further down. So notice I'm now in the wall, within that 3 pixel barrier. If you do a screen transition like this, it is technically out of bounds. We will only impose a penalty on that. I can show you a couple of places where you can do it, but just favor the upper wall if you're going to go through a screen transition with a Jesus jump. And there's the letter. That is the only check requiring the bow in the entire game.
Really?
Yep. Gonna grab this. It's a key. Cool. We have basically every key. I didn't grab this check when we first came in. This is the only check that requires Magic Rod in the game. But I don't need it. I just wanted to show it off. You'd normally get that when you're going through the left part of the dungeon, but you can grab it there really quick if you don't need to do anything else. But considering, you're generally going to want to be beelining the boss if, it's your second trip in and you didn't do that, it will happen seldom. There is a fast method to do this room. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. There it is. Jump up, jump right, jump diagonal, throw fire rod up. Also, this is a room that I forgot how to do vanilla, because I always do it cheated. Just super jump off this wall. Ta-da! That staircase leads to... You know what, I'll go backwards through that staircase just to show where it leads normally, but the super jump is so much faster and so much, casually easier that, yeah. This is also one of the only requirements for a small key in this dungeon. You can't get into these rooms without a small key. Oh, I forgot to show an out-of-bounds problem in D6. Yeah, well. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it in another one. Ah, blue tunic, the other tunic. So I take half damage now. That said, I do like the color red more. But yeah, this staircase, to actually take it, goes through this ice room, or these two ice rooms. They are easier to do, and I believe they connect to... Yeah, they're like this staircase here. So it's not hard to get there, but routing-wise, the super jump is always better, and you pretty much need Feather to go anywhere in here anyway, so if you've got Feather, why aren't you super jumping? That said, he is a sword-locked boss, so if you don't have sword, you can't fight him. That said, you could use this to get into the back of D8 if you somehow needed to. I can't think of many instances of needing to, though. If this is one of your earlier dungeons because of a dungeon shuffle, also grab that check there. Like I said, if you're going to have to come back to D8, then activate this portal. If not, don't activate it. And only if D8's in a bad location. If you're dungeon shuffling and it's like D1 location, don't activate the portal. It's just a waste of time. You can unlock this because I have the keys, or you can. And I'll do the non-flippers method. So if you don't have flippers, you do have to Jesus jump normally, and that is how you screen transition with a Jesus jump. So you just push into it on the last frame, essentially, or the last couple of pixels of the screen, and you can jump into a fresh new screen. And there's our other best friend. Grab all this garbage. We also have 20 shells. We could do the 20 seashell check. This room is very annoying to do vanilla. Because this chest sucks. Rude.
Spawn up on the ledge or something?
Yes, it spawns up on that ledge. So how you would want to do that vanilla is you walk around the top bit, past the portal, and there's a second staircase that leads down to here. And then you'd have to throw the bombs down over the edge to fight these guys. I am about to show you the much better way, and you will never do that again. So after you grab this check, just to make sure you've got everything, you clip into this wall, and super jump. Ta-da! And like I said, you should have Feather to get to basically any part here. So this is another kind of section where... Oop, I'm going to drown in the lava, it'll be fine. Oh... I'm going to try to heal, because I want to show something off for people, because I've mentioned it very briefly, but didn't get to actually do it. Hopefully I can find a heart easy enough. There's a fairy. Excellent. Alright, so... let's get our weapons out. You can do super jumps with Rod, so if you've got Rod, you can just use it, but using that fact it moved us down a pixel, we can super jump off this wall. And into our last our boss friend. That said, he can be hurt with the level 2 sword beams. So you need Rod or the level 2 sword to fight him, but he's not specifically locked to Rod. So if you get the opportunity and you can fight this boss without taking damage, because that is kind of the major downside of doing it with level 2 sword, because each of those does 4 damage, and if he... people will be like, oh, what if you have medicine? If you have medicine, if he does more damage than you have left, so say I have 1 heart left, he does 4 hearts of damage, it will still take the 3 hearts from your healed amount. So you need to be full health and stay full health for basically this entire fight, unless you have a multiple of 4 hearts in medicine, and then good luck. There are some intricacies of this room that I'm going to discuss. So all of these tiles, if he is over top of them, he does not take damage. So if he's like right here, and you like spam lock him so he's not moving because you're hitting him too much with sword, or beams, or your magic rod, he's not actually taking damage, because him taking damage is based on his location in the room for some reason. I think these tiles here also he doesn't take damage. So you've got to kind of get him in the middle of the room. I kind of wish I had shown off there's a stutter step method, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 to hit him as he's moving. But I didn't think to do that, and our last save state is a little too far back. Dang, no wang. So you can see the stutter step method on a couple of different runners. Many are very capable of it. It's finicky, but when you get it, you can get it pretty easily. Again, if you're going to use level 2 sword, do not do the stutter step method, because you risk getting hit way too much. So because I wanted to show off that method. Also, if you get the opportunity and you have to do D8 and are going to D2, it is a very excellent dungeon for routing, because it is right on that way. And if it is the last dungeon you have to do before the egg, it is also very fast, because it just straight line through. Doot. So we did basically everything in here. My priority of checks is generally Boo Buddy's room first, but you do need all of the keys to get the checks in D2. And obviously if you're in an archipelago, unless you can beeline the end, you do want to be going through here. You'll just save and quit out of this room. There was never a reason to stay in it. You can use Rod here. Makes a little faster to go here. That said, this is only if you need to do these checks. If you have all 5 keys when you're coming in here and, you know, are still looking for stuff, then doing the full clear is nice. But otherwise, you can just avoid it. Because if you've gone in here for the basic checks, as we did the first time, just use the teleporter. Because it takes you past all of the annoying stuff. You can even leave Rod on, do one of these, hop your way over. Doot. And just go. Or correction. We did skip the Boo Buddy's room. Generally, it's one that I'd prefer to get on my first trip through this area. You can go backwards. Going backwards sucks. Alright, I don't know my routing backwards to Boo Buddy's room. It's fine. Just don't take the stairs if you want to go to Boo Buddy's room. Don't do optimally bad routing. You can take these guys out with pots. I think it's a little bit faster to do with pots as well. But I'm going to show the non-vanilla method to go through here if you've got boots. Just bonk on up. You need to not be holding a direction when you're doing that, though, because in 2D sections, the moment you start holding a direction with boots, and this applies to the crossways for D4 as well, if you are holding a direction, Link will try to focus that direction. So if I do this, Like, you'll see me immediately go this way. I have to wait for it to finish and wait to be in the air to do what I want to do. So you want the aerial movement. So Boots always do in the air. Don't try to hold a direction. Don't try to, like, hold left because you're going there. You want the kind of natural drift that Boots get off of a hole or when you're in the air for jumping. It was one of the things that took me the longest to learn. That said, who hates this boss? Because we're going to cheat him. Matter of fact, I'm going to save Steet to cheat him. So, bam, grab him, clip into this wall, bam, one shot. And ta-da, Rod. Alright. Method number 2. You can also cheat him in this wall. If I could get it right. You can do him on the you can do him on this. I know you can. Just gotta, like, dang it. Obviously, if you have the corner, just do the corner. But if you're looking left... Yeah, there it is. There is a quirk to him. He will also always be the second one. So if I hit him... So this one is going to be the fake one, because it was the one that he was. He always swaps to the other one. That said, I will also show off the bomb method for taking him out. Sword or magic rod or most of your weapons will pick him up. So if you do it and bomb at the same time and get bomb arrows ready, you can do it as well as another quick kill method. If not, you're just fighting him normally. There's not a lot of reason for me to go over fighting him normally, I don't think. He's the second boss. People have probably fought him a million times. Or at least I have. Yeah, I have.
I've totally fought him before.
And there we go, we got the Wang. Swag points achieved. So that just leaves me discussing the egg. It only took me 4 hours to talk about basically all of the crazy dungeon routes.
Who cares about the egg?
I mean, you know, you're gonna have to beat the final boss. So... A lot of people will notice I have everything, so I don't need to do anything fancy, but even then, bombs are a superior instrument to the ocarina. Cause guess what's bomb triggerable? So get up on the top there, put the bombs on A for reasons, and ta-da! All rise for the national anthem.
We're releasing the swag duck?
And now I'm going to say something of the song to open the egg. You can skip the cutscene if it is not full instruments. So if you have 7 instruments or less, you can skip the cutscene by just pressing B. Also, the egg pattern, as long as you don't read the book for it, is always left, left, up, right, right, up, left, up. It is always that pattern unless you do otherwise. Now I have quick save before this because I'm going to try to show off a couple of things on the final boss. Number 1, I need to pause, but we can bomb trigger the final fight. And if you do, you don't want to do sword swings because it changes some RNG stuff for a potential trick later, but you can poke, drop a bomb, ta-da. And it does all of his hits in the wall. And then we have Aghanim. Now, because we don't have music on, Aghanim is manipulatable. It requires you standing in very specific pixel locations and not having any sword sounds. So you have to make sure that you always catch your spin attack just as it's finishing. There is actually an app for figuring out, because it's based on where he goes, where you need to go for the manipulation. And you can get all good. That was just me being lucky, though, because I don't actually know the manipulation. So, the Moldorm phase can be stun locked right there. You saw me get 2 hits off of him, but then I lost the stun lock on him. With normal sword, it requires 18 hits. Level 2 sword, or 16 hits requires 8 on level 2 sword. Same with Ganon, he will take 6 rams with the level 2 sword. He can also be hurt with spin attacks if you don't have boots, but boots are the preferred method. This phase of the boss, I recommend just leaving sword out because you can get him with a spin attack, but you can also hit him with rod and a variety of other weapons. He is weak to a lot of things for no particular reason. And then last phase. Now, a lot of people will prefer to... So he can be manipulated as well, so you'll notice if I stand close to him, and he'll try to be vertically aligned with me. People like to lock him into this corner just to make sure that he doesn't move for stuff, and you can get him with the boomerang for a single shot kill. That is the easiest way to do him. I don't like him in the corner, I generally like him about here so I can see both arms, because I have a little bit of problem with object permanence. That said, I will show you how to do it without doing the manip, and maybe trying to get that quick kill on Moldorm again. So if you fail the bomb trigger, or somehow get here without bombs, you have to do a couple of things the vanilla way. So namely, you're going to have powder for good old Buzzblorb here. And you can, if you're very patient with it, he will sometimes not teleport, and you can get multiple hits in. Like that. So if you ever end up, if you're in worry, just take it slow. Don't spam it. If for whatever reason, I don't know, you're without a sword, you can also use good old shovel. And shovel has less knockback if you're having a lot of trouble with it. Shovel him on! Ta-da! Alright, and this is where he blue balls me. Compared to Link to the Past Aghanim, he doesn't do the lightning bolt attack ever, so you just got blue ball or regular shot. Just for those familiar with Link to the Past. And he's being very rude now that he, you know, gave me that perfect RNG with my fake manip. There we go. Shovel! There we go. So let's see if we can get this part of the quick kill at least. So you want to have your sword and attack charged. Be over him. There it is. So you just got to hit him. And you can technically hit him infinite times, but that's all you need. Some people like to start the Ganon phase off with a spin attack. So like, while he's loading in, spin attack. But loading in here, just damage boost through the bats if you don't have level 2 sword, as long as you've got the health for it. Easiest way. And I don't know, let's... Oh, well, I guess we're not going to kill him with something fancy. If you hit Moldorm, 260, 56 hits, you kill it and soft lock. Yes. Because you can underflow his health. And then arrows. So, like I said, I prefer this because I lack object permanence for his arms. You can get up to 4 arrow shots on him. It is the only other weapon he is weak to. And you need to wait till the eye is, like, completely open. If you start early, then you'll be locked into cooldown. So I've missed 2 shots from the 3 cycle. But he is otherwise fairly easy to kill. If you absolutely have to, he does take damage from bombs, but he does not take more damage from bombs than he does from arrows. So if you run out of arrows and you are desperate, he's got like maybe 1 or 2 hits left, try for the bomb. Oh, apparently he's also weak to sword beams, but we don't talk about that. If you've damage boosted through Ganon, you're not going to have full health for Deathel. So if you could choose to not quick kill Ganon and take that gamble. We don't talk... No, we talk about bombs. But yeah, and that is the end of the routing lesson 101. with good ways to kill most of the bosses, some of the very common tricks, and pretty much how to route this game. Like, by default, it's a lot of the no woob routing. Like I said, there was a part in D6 that I missed in terms of something people consider of like, hey, I can do this, why isn't this legal? It's out of bounds, because it involves doing a screen transition over the top of a wall like I demonstrated in D5. It doesn't seem as bad based on where it is, but it still is illegal. If someone reminds me, I'll try to show it off at another time, because it was a recent discovery of like, hey, you can do this, from the Archipelago community. Also, everyone give me your best carpet whale.
Well, I thought it was a windfish.
It's a carpet whale. They're the same thing. It's just a regional dialect.
Oh.
But yes, in terms of me personally, in terms of my routing and how I like things, I like to do D7 because I find it fast if I have the appropriate stuff, and it's also in case of an emergency, I can do it with just about anything. So it's a very easy choice dungeon for set numbers of instruments. D8 isn't that bad, considering the boss if you've got Fire Rod, and you can pretty much beeline him if you've got availability. D4 is a very easy one to do. D6 with glitches is very easy to do. In terms of the last four, D1 is kind of a hand... D1 is generally handed to you if you do have it. If, in terms of dungeons you don't want to do, D3 requires a lot of keys, even to do minimally. Like, minimally requires 4. 1 to get actually into the basement. Or is it only 3? Yeah, 1 to the basement, 2 for the extra doors, and then 3 for actually doing extra checks. But if you have 4 keys and can just beeline the end, then D3. D2, if you only need to do the boss, it's 2 keys and a nightmare key, beeline the end. And D5, 1 key and nightmare key, but the required items to do it well and do it fast mean that it's probably one of my least chosen dungeons for, like, do I have to do this? The other thing is Slimiel is just a terrible boss, and as long as bosses can't be shuffled, he's there, and that makes him terrible. That said, any closing questions you might have, Odron, or any ones from the chat, though I see we have mostly regular runners in right now.
What start do people hope to never get?
Powder start is really rough, because it means you can check the beach check and a little bit of forest, and that's it, and you're probably going to be restarting back to return home. We are planning to probably have bracelet start automatic for some of the earlier races. I'm not a huge fan of it, especially if you're going to do entrance randomizer stuff, because it's just kind of It's necessary, but it's not, like, stupidly necessary. And also, from what I understand, you can either force it to start or force it to be in your seed. The fact that you require level 2 bracelet to do level 6 can put level 6 as a rough one. Yeah, basically any of the consumable starts. Bow... I don't think you can get bow as a start, because it doesn't actually get you any checks. It's not a bushbreaker. So... powder and bombs are rough, but at least bombs, you've got bombs to be able to bomb trigger as the seed started with. You know, it's just a good time. And you can still do the check at the bottom. But if you get powder start, it's rough. Shovel start can be rough because that means you have 1 check when you're starting in Maybe. Same with Ocarina start. All of those are viable because they have a 2nd check, though that does mean you're generally starting with 2 items, but one of them is semi-useless. But most of your starts are going to be either bush breakers or the bracelet, because those are kind of what's required to get basic checks to start. The only time you wouldn't get something like that, and I don't know if that's in Archipelago logic at all, is if Archipelago puts your first bush breaker into someone else's seed. I haven't seen it happen yet, but that doesn't mean it couldn't. Same as, you know, they very recently are aiming to fix that the moment you have a bushbreaker or something that can kill enemies that actually drops rupees, you're allowed to get the second shop item for reasons. Because that also said we didn't do sign maze, which, if I'm looking at my collected checks, would have been a D3 key, because the second shop item was the D4 key. But sign maze is one of those things that it's a last choice check because of how long it takes. And so it's either last check or you're doing all of the ocarina stuff anyway, and you're right there. Sometimes pick it up. That also said, if you're doing non-full instruments, for the sake of your archipelago partner, if you get go mode, beeline the end. Because if you can release all of your checks, I think it's like, this is very minimal-ish Link's Awakening, but there are still like 200 checks versus Final Fantasy Randomizer, which I think has about 50 on a good day.
Look, it depends on who's running.
It very much depends on who's running, so find yourself a good partner. That said, join the Final Fantasy Randomizer community. Give this channel a follow. You can give me a follow if you feel like, or anything else. I'm also subscribable because I'm cool like that. And yeah, we will start signups for this tournament shortly. Yeah, if there's no other questions, that's me. This was 4 hours, and I want dinner and a nap, plus a shower, a very long shower.
Yeah, nap does sound good.
That does sound good. How's the child doing?
Her and Mama took a nap earlier.
Well, there we go. All right. So we'll let you all go. Thank you for coming out. And the next class that I do on this will probably be more talking about routing with lower instrument counts, possibly an example seed, or else doing 20 seashell to kind of show the differences. There's not a lot because really you're just wanting to do every check, and I did a lot of effort of showing pretty much every check, but we did still miss 4 seashells. In this, not including the 2 freebie ones, which are something to talk about. But that will be another time. For now, thank you for coming out, and look forward to the tournament.